hands, my eyes wide, I got one chance. No sleep till I'm enhanced. Fight hard and keep my stance. Knuckle up, time to buckle up. I got one shot and I won't stop. One goal for the joyride. I'm a champion. Move aside.
Oh, okay. Are you kidding me? Taking over the game. What am I watching? They might just be doing it. He's a god. He's a god.
Yeah. Oh! Full force, I'm unleashed, so don't speak. Grandmaster, don't sleep. Victory, it tastes so sweet. Knuckle up, time to buckle up. I got one shot and I won't stop. One goal for the joyride. I'm a champion. Move aside. Let's go.
Alrighty, welcome ladies and gentlemen to another day of the Overwatch League APAC edition. I'm Achilleos back on the broadcast alongside Avril. We'll be bringing you the action here for our two series that we have this evening. Kicking things off, it's going to be the Seoul Dynasty going up against the Guangzhou Charge. And it's this is both teams kind of looking to bounce back after losses yesterday. More so, I would say, for the Seoul Dynasty, because it was not a good look for them at all yesterday, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, for both teams, classic 6-0 Overwatch. That's what we got, you know, just back-to-back 3-0s there. So
there was a draw, you know.
Pretty swiftly dispatched Guangzhou. Shanghai doing the same to Seoul, maybe even more so in that regard, because Shanghai just looking unstoppable right now. They'll be playing against Philadelphia this evening as well on our second matchup. But yeah, Seoul and Guangzhou, one of these two teams looking to bounce back, more likely to be Seoul, but we'll see what Guangzhou do as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really rough. Obviously, Shanghai Dragons are so very good, but Seoul Dynasty, they looked completely out of sorts yesterday. But the Guangzhou Charge, like, they did have moments. There was glimmers of hope there. You know, it wasn't like a complete and utter shutout. There was obviously the singular draw that we did have on Hanamura yet again, because they just can't quite seem to best Fusion there. Fusion can't seem to either lose or win on that map against the Charge. But we see those moments. There was some really close fights, especially at the very beginning. You think back to Ilios on that first round of Lighthouse. We know what the Guangzhou Charge are capable of. You know, they took down New York. They looked very concise. We know that every single player on this roster can deliver and has delivered on the past, whether it's on different teams or together. It's just, I don't know. There's just irregularities. You know, they can't find consistency, and I'm hoping that is going to be a big difference here for both of these squads. I'm hoping that we see both teams performing at their best to give us a close series. Taking a closer look, though, we have Profit and Choice A1 up on your screens.
You know, two of the biggest players on their respective teams. You have to say right now, you know, especially for the Charge, Choice A1 has been like the main guy since the main melee, since the start of the season. The big carry, especially on Tracer, made his name on that specific hero during the main melee, and now opportunity to play a lot more Tracer as we move through for the Summer Showdown as well. It will depend a little bit on how teams want to progress through the different, you know, compositions available. Profit as well has been really leading the charge in the DPS department next to Fitz. I know yesterday's showing versus Shanghai wasn't a great one. Profit got slammed pretty hard by Lip, but versus the Charge instead, I think this Profits duo is going to have a much better time versus the Eileen and Choice A1 than it did last night versus Flitter and Lip.
Yeah, I think you could kind of just say that about almost any duo, right? You know, they're going to have a much better team versus these guys because they're not Flutta and Lip. They don't have to worry about the, in quotes, double Tracer composition that the Shanghai Dragons are able to pull off with Lip just playing that Sombra so well, so aggressively, and racking up the damage. But, yeah, I fully agree. I think we're going to see a bit of a bounce back here from Seoul Dynasty. We know that they don't really like to rest on their laurels. They don't really love, I mean, nobody loves to suffer losses like that, but they especially are going to be feeling pretty jazzed up to get back in here and have a dominant showing versus the Guangzhou Charge. Speaking of which, there are other team in this matchup. Let's go ahead and roll the video from yesterday, so if you missed it, enjoy. Alrighty, well there you have it. And again, love seeing those types of videos. So more teams, please make those videos. I would love to enjoy them. We'll see if other squads are gonna rally to the call. But we'll also see if the Charge are going to be able to rally up in this series and take down the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, Charge, not a great game versus Philadelphia. Both teams, 0 maps won here, and now second opportunity. Starting out will be Oasis, our map set here, presented by Xfinity, and Junkertown in the mix as well. Double shield, is this going to be, a possibility? That we're seeing a lot of double shield over in the NA region, over in the Western Division as well. Seeing a decent amount of brawl coming through from Seoul specifically. Are they going to stick towards that? Are we going to get Prophet on the Tracer? Or is it going to be the Prophet May instead? Rolling out now on Garden. It does look like it will be the brawl comp for both teams.
Yep, and have the Sim Doomfist right off the bat here. Uppercut going forward, just knocking him back into the stairwell. Everyone takes a little bit of damage, but the punch is going to be good. Marvel just not getting topped up fast enough. Creative will manage to reply, getting some vengeance here for his lost tank player. The point gets ready to unlock now, though. Fitz gonna get beamed down. Eileen supercharged up. Pulls back to you. Yeah, he's just got to pull away. Nothing you can do to try to mitigate that damage other than just heal through it without having that shield up front. But Eileen just continues to microwave people left, right, and center. And now out of the fight. Creative gone to a fire strike from Rio. And it is a very dominant, very great start to this map here for the side of the Charge.
Something we saw really early on today as well, when you saw Dallas Fuel play, they really utilized this kind of Symmetra plus Doom kind of composition, or just Symmetra is often good enough. Symmetra and May could really do it for you, but Eileen's already got a Photon Barrier available. He's going to have the first ultimate, of course, of all the members here, so you can see how much damage he pumped out on the Sim in that previous fight after Choi Se-hwan got the initial kill into Marvel.
Yeah, and it's huge. Creative going to be lagging a little bit further behind Creative as far as the Matrix is concerned. You see Creative popping his own as they try to get the entry here onto the point, but Prophet is already going to be taken down. Photon Barrier is out. Now block out some of that damage. Shatter to the side, finds Creative, takes him down. Oh, the Charge almost gets an almost really nice boot back to try to keep himself alive, but they will find 2U in the meantime. So Namo just kind of leaving a trail of breadcrumbs, leaving him to a very weakened Diva. He goes off the side of the map to reset.
And that's going to be a staggered reset there as well, so 60% up and counting, pretty easy there. Only the 2 ultimates used coming through from Eileen and Rio. That does mean that Charge are pretty stacked up going to this next fight. Need to see a pretty big blizzard coming through from Prophet. Left a little bit to be desired yesterday versus Shanghai Dragons. We'll see if we can get it past Krong, who's been known to eat a lot of ultimates, so Krong will definitely be trying to get that done.
All right, well, it's not going to happen. Sound Barrier will come out to try and counteract this blizzard, but Marvel, he's got the Charge lined up, the pin rather coming through to take out Rio. Now Kareev will fall. It seems like the Seoul Dynasty should be able to get this flip, but how long can the Charge delay for? Eileen dropping. Mondu is still here, wants to try to just extend this as far as they possibly can. Won't quite make it to 90%, but 89% of the first, hold is still going to be very strong for the Charge. They have time to work with.
And more importantly, they did it cheaply as well. I mean, there was just a couple of ultimates there, maybe just the one from the Blizzard. Some pretty decent ultimates in the bank here as well, namely the Shatter plus Sound Barrier duo. You also have the fact that the Am Matrix Online with Kareev already used one, instantly died. So, teleporter in. Just one won't get a connection on the punch to start with.
Marvel falling low. Oh,
in the air!
Just kind of get going with the Reinhardt at the start, but says, okay, I'll just take this instead. Intercepts Prophet, pins him to the wall, and he is going to stay there. Follows up for another great rocket punch, just beating and bullying Marvel all over the place. Shatter going to get dropped in. Solo in onto the Doomfist, and 2U will run him down. They open things up once. Photon Barrier in response to the Deadeye. They try to keep Fitz alive. He will get eliminated at the end of the day. Kwong picking up that kill. Choi Se-hwan now going to be rejoining, coming back on the Tracer as the Seoul Dynasty find themselves at 50%. But they also find Eileen in their backline, taking down so many members. Prophet doing his damnedest, but it's not going to be enough. The flip comes through. Only 57% on the board for the Dynasty. And now they need to start getting worried about touching. Fitz is swapped over to the Tracer for just that matter.
And Prophet's going to try and come back with this, Blizzard as well. Fitz is very low HP.
God.
No one's even there to touch. Marvel doesn't get there in time. And that's got to be it. It was like 6 players alive, except for the fact that Fitz just died as, the point actually went to the 100% there. You have Choi Se-hwan basically opening up these fights on the Doomfist, getting those required punches. That opening, neutral right at the top of the Gardens was on Marvel. Marvel's gone 6v5 straight away. You end that with a punch onto Prophet, gives you another 6v5. Eileen is one that closes that door. 3 kills, was it 4 kills at the end of that last fight? Just melting people down.
It was 4.
Photon Barrier ultimate used again, deployed in the middle of it, and Guangzhou Charge, heavy damage output on the back of the Symmetra. And you look at Fitz now on the Sim, there's a real shot there where I think Fitz might just want to stay on the Sim.
Yeah, honestly. Try to just, beat fire with fire. Seems like he is going to be sticking through with this. Not super uncommon to see here on University or just in Oasis in general, outside of City Center, I suppose. A couple of those turrets to get taken out. Marvel falling so very low. Immortality field's already used on either side. They need to top up this Reinhardt. So much damage being pushed through. Eileen TPing over to the opposite side, going for the right click kills, but it's going to be Rio, opening things up. Now there's no shield to stand behind. Marvel gets taken out at the start yet again. Prophet going to fall. Fitz does manage to find Rio on the back end. Krong will be demeched, but Fitz will get taken out by the seismic slam, and this will be a lockdown to the point for Charge.
And so much of the difference here is actually choosing one on the Doom, because Doom is a hard counter, Symmetra, so Fitz is having a rough time staying alive compared to Eileen. Choi in the middle of these fights needs to hunt down the sim of Seoul Dynasty, and with Marvel out of the picture, that's a lot easier. So Rio getting the opening pin, again Marvel the neutral, is kind of getting owned here.
Yeah, they just keep attacking him. It's just not enough healing realistically here to try to keep him alive. You would really love a biotic grenade. Instead, they'll have to settle for this immortality field. Drop down comes through. I thought there was going to be a risky maneuver there. And it does manage to stay alive, get topped up with the help of that health pack. Prophet and Fitz take down Rio while he's in transit. It seems like this time we're going to have a much faster flip on the board for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. It will demech Krong. Mondu still hovering around up top over the point. They just have to clear this out, and they will be able to get this flip through. So 40% compared to 89%, much better, much faster here for Dynasty.
And Mando would have loved to have gotten that sound barrier a bit earlier as well. I think as his team was dying, he was just in the 90s trying to get the sound barrier underway, but not quite there. If he does pop it, Animo does respond as well. So you basically have a one-for-one ult expenditure coming through from both Charge and Seoul. The only discrepancy is the fact that Rio dropped in a shadow, doesn't quite connect, and Marvel still has his available. So that is going to come in handy now for this following fight as Seoul are trying to catch up.
Everyone getting himself into the back, but he doesn't have an escape plan.
Trapped.
He's burned all of his kit. Oh man, the wall does get broken just in time for him to exit. Anamo, in the meantime, hounds him down, manages to find that kill before the sound barrier shielding can come through. Blizzard's going to be layered in on top of everybody here on the side of the Charge. And this is just going to be the cleanup now coming through as they pull back over towards the spawn, but only a few can escape, and Kuriv is not going to be one of them. And Anamo finds him on the back end over towards the point, getting that nice little stagger.
Almost a really dangerous push in there for Choice One as well. Tries to get out, covered by Prophet's wall. So this is where the May comes in handy as well. Frozen up, that's a freebie into a Blizzard. It will finish the fight off. Seoul Dynasty now in the combining position. Creative and Crave all hands. Windows available. Choice One looking for key targets. If he gets Fitz down here, that's ideal.
Yeah, it'd be a huge opening. Try to get rid of that photon barrier to come through. It'll be Ant Matrix v Ant Matrix, and both teams pretty much just going to be pulling out of line of sight, respecting the damage output of the other side. Playing this one safe, but now both Matrixes will go ahead and expire. TP into the back line. Choice One managed to find an Anamo at the start, but now Eileen going to be taken out. He was 9% away from having that big barrier up online. Choice One playing forward, playing aggressively. Has the meteor strike, drops down, looks for creative. Hasn't managed to find him yet. He does stay alive for a little bit longer and actually gets the headshot to finish off the enemy Doomfist. Dynasty now up over 90%, just a little bit more to go, but can they actually hold on? Eileen still harassing the supports in the back line. Prophet trying to freeze up everybody they possibly can, but Krong is here to try to protect the squad, just denying these right clicks from coming through, but he cannot deny the punch. Griv does fall. Both Baptiste now going to be out of the fight. 2U eliminated. No D-Matrix here. No shield for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, and they have to try to play around this photon barrier. It's proving to be just a little bit too difficult, so the flip will come through. Choice One dives into the back looking for some extra staggers.
And he tries to get out alive as well. Will be able to do so. That was very expensive for the Charge. You can see how desperate they were to flip that point around and win that fight. With Eileen down now, it's 6v5. Creator drops the window down. And who does respond, they instantly have to back up. This should be okay for Charge, so they have dodged the window.
Yeah, but now they need to worry about this Blizzard that's going to be coming through. Prophet layers it in, has the wall up. They're trying to get the freeze onto Rio. They manage to do so, and they get the kill. Choice One in the meantime, however, is still wreaking havoc. Finds another kill, this time onto Anamo. Takes the meteor strike out. He's looking for a prime position to drop in. Shield block comes through from Marvel, keeps himself protected, and the flip is coming in onto the point right now. They touch forward. Keeping this contested for the time being. Charge from punch. They both hit the ground, but Fitz is there to capitalize. The Choice One is now out of the fight. Krong is demeched. Rio is gone. There are no tanks, but now Eileen's with the swap over onto the Reaper manages to find two. They actually dragged us back from the brink. He will fall, and it's just basically down to the supports right now. Griff fading through, resets the OT timer. Mondu trying to jump in on top, gets pushed away, and Creative with the window strikes him down and right out of the air. Franck, he just has no other option. He has to play forward here. And that opens up for the shatter combo as the Meteor Strike comes down from above and Fitz finds two. We're going to be tied up 1-1 as the Seoul Dynasty reply strongly 100% to 83 to take us to City Center.
Yeah, Charge did not have a lot of tempo there to play with. I mean, a reasonable start. They got that opening pick onto Marvel again, so they get these 6v5s. Something we saw a lot of yesterday, by the way, when Charge, were playing the previous matchup. That it was pretty decent how many 6v5s we were getting versus Philadelphia, but now, even in the following fights, they're having to spend more. They're not getting as much value. There was that one fight they won just before the point flipped over again to Seoul to collect that 100%, where I mean, they basically had it won. There's player advantage, but they still ended up dropping Photon Barrier. They still ended up dropping in an extra shatter, and they just don't have the resources to hold on. Choi kind of gets caught towards the end again, going pretty deep over towards spawn, and as they back out, they start losing members. So let's see how they do now. Move over to City Center. Marvel on the ball, so they're changing up strategy. Both teams working towards mostly dive, but it's Charge playing the Lucio Moira.
Shifting back over to this, Eileen lurking into the back line. He's creative. He would love to get on top of him, but obviously Anomal's just sitting right there with him. Yeah, good hack onto Mondu, but they don't manage to get the kill. Karif keeps him topped up. Prophet just looks to harass from the sidelines. Dive in comes through, creative, left out to dry. It's picked off, and Rio follows up for the second support. And yes, looks like Charge 3 times in a row are going to be able to get the first cap.
Pretty good timing there from Rio as well. Just dives and finds both supports, and instantly that's going to be a fight win unless Seoul Dynasty can also trade double supports on the other side. It's just not going to happen for them, even with having hacked the Mandu that really be capitalized upon. So 51% for Eileen versus 64% for Fitz. We didn't know that yesterday. Eileen Sombra was pretty slow in the ult charge, so EMP was a bit of an issue there. Let's see if we can improve that today.
Oh. Shots coming through, almost gets traded out. Fitz in the meantime off screen, will get taken out. Pulse Bomb's going to be eaten by Kwong. The nice that from Prophet could have been a huge opening. He was trying to go for Karib while he was in the middle of the Coalescence, but cannot make it happen. Good little nom up there from the Diva. And Charge will be able to hold this for a little bit longer. EMP is going to have to be the real big breaking point, I think, for the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
You don't have good defenses versus EMP on both sides. Creative's only on 82%, so Fitz will be able to pull the trigger first. And notice that, by the way, Fitz also died here, so Eileen still hasn't caught up. Marvel trying to open up the floodgates here. Fitz has revealed himself, so this is where Seoul want to go. But with the Prophet dead, can they actually 5v6 this one on?
I think they just kind of have to wait this one out, but that's still just going to be so much percentage gain. That being said, they decide to pull the trigger on it. 4 members going to be hacked by the EMP, but there's no damage to speak of. Look at the HP bars. They're barely moving. Now Eileen replies with one of his own. The Death Blossom comes through. The hack is there onto Anomal. They cannot shield bash him out of this. So Creative goes down. Now the supports are out of the fight, and they just continue to chase forward. The Seoul Dynasty getting punished time and time again. Fitz, I feel like he had to wait to use that EMP, wait for Prophet to come back in so they actually have some damage output, but it just completely falls flat.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because if they do wait, they lose all position. They actually have to go back to spawn. You can't play in that same position as you are as 5. Losing Prophet means you can't have the follow-up now. We're heading towards final fight. 90%. This is kind of a spawn camp. You've Creative trancing in his own spawn.
Yeah, that is not a good sight. They do manage to get a little back cap coming through here by Fitz, so gets him on the board, pulls the Charge's attention away from the front, but as Rio tries to go into the back, he was trying to be cheeky. He's trying to wall slide down, get on top of Creative, but Creative says, I've seen this one too many times. Strikes him down out of the air. That's a big pick off there. If Rio does not die here, I think Charge could go straight back to the point and fight it, but now they have to reset.
Charge have double support ultimates are really good ones as well. This is where you can just coalesce, just rush in. Primal Rage at the ready as well. Fitz is too far away from the EMP. This can be really, really good. Fitz is down straight away. That's 65 and no more EMP.
That's catastrophic. He's so very close to having that EMP. Now he's going to rush back over to the point. The Coalescence otherwise not going to be finding too much damage. The sound barrier out from Mondu. Shielding already going to be melted away though. The damage output being shown here by the side of the Seoul Dynasty as Fitz looks to rejoin the squad. Anomal, however, going to fall. Now it's all on Creative. That's just single target healing until he can get this next Transcendence online. The Minefield comes in to try to create a little bit of extra space. The Prophet is going to get picked off. Eileen finds the kill. Fitz is back in. EMP is online, but they don't have really anything to couple this with. EMP is still going to be used. Manages to find 4. But Eileen, he stays alive, and he's just going to have another counter EMP ready to roll. Transcendence has been burned already. EMP goes out. Don't think it found anybody. It looks like Eileen had a bit of a whiff on that one, but they still do manage to knock you out of the mech. Self-destruct use here by Kwong will be allowed to safely remech. Fitz has to jump away as Choi Se-Wan is just threatening every single flank angle with this Death Blossom.
Colas is coming up again. Eileen did actually hack a couple of members, but I mean, they'll slowly get those kills here. Really, all Seoul have now is the single death. Sorry, not death, what's with the pulse bomb, and this has to land for profit.
Oh my god, look at Tristan. He's just walking up on them. The Blossom does get used, doesn't directly lead to any kills, but Creative and Anonymous are both going to be eliminated from the fights, and now there's no support. Strong D-Mech, Riel out. No front line here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but it might not matter because it's just the front line for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Tuyu is hacked. He cannot remech. A major play there from Eileen, and the OT plummets down. Guangzhou Charge kick off this series with a 2-1 victory on Oasis.
That's really impressive as well, because what you see here from the Charge compared to what we saw yesterday is way more tempo control. They're a far faster team, much quicker in the decision-making department. I got to credit Rio as well, because he did a great job of pressuring that back line. How many times the Creative and Anima both get caught? We're not talking about one support dying. We're talking about both as a duo getting taken down by either Rio or in that last fight, specifically Frong actually finds the support duo Seoul Dynasty. So when you're constantly what feels like kind of a support difference in the fact that your supports are alive and Seoul supports aren't, that's a huge boon for the Guangzhou Charge.
That it is. A really good look from them. You know, it was very close at the start yesterday on control, and then it slipped through their fingers. Mandu popping that rally when he shouldn't have, but we're seeing a lot more better control of the ult economy here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They're playing much more level-headed, and this nets them a start, a victory here in the first map. We'll see if they can carry that forward, or if the Seoul Dynasty tie things up when we come back from map number 2. That is going to be Junkertown, and things could get absolutely wild, so don't go anywhere. It's coming at you in just a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League, and by IBM, the official cloud and AI partner of the Overwatch League.
His own anti-air control bomb on the top gets Ivy. Ivy couldn't get away. It's still winnable for New York, but not anymore.
Yeah. Nope. Oh, goodbye, Mercy.
Jonah just like, why have you revived me only to suffer? Dynasty still on the point. Elsa goes down. Both teams fighting tooth and nail. Drops the back with Town Cooking. Marvel fighting back. Vince on 76.
Ooh.
Is this the final play? The Chargers still in control of the point. New York struggling to get anything done, and you have to look towards Feather. Oh, he goes down! Curran finishes off before comes out. The revenge for Grim. Cole takes down 2. No EMP. And Flora, no post bomb yet to be used either. And the Dynasty just about there. Only 20 seconds remaining to on Marble and Primal. Making plenty of space and then some on a support hunting mission. Going Zenyatta juggling. And that you'd think would be it.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just one map into our first series of the evening. In the Guangzhou Charge, draw first blood. They managed to take down the Seoul Dynasty 2-1 to start things off on Oasis. Very back and forth, especially there on City Center. But Dynasty, after they got shoved off the point, that spawn camp starts coming through, and it just made it really rough for them to be able to recover.
Yeah, Universally, like you said, was the only kind of hiccup there for the Charge, but once we got to City Center, it was actually really clean. City Center and Gardens really showed off Rio's capability of finding that back line, just constant pressure on Animo and Creative. Outside of the one time where Creative did actually punish Rio and got that nice solo kill as he was dropping down, it was pretty much all Rio all day. Very different from what we saw yesterday, where Rio was, I wouldn't say he was getting hard punished time and time again, but Philadelphia Fusion, especially on Alarm, they were not having any of it. They were not allowing Rio to get anything done. Here, it's just a different story. Rio's got a lot more space to work with. And Charge, generally as a team, I think are just playing fast. They're playing higher tempo, which is what they need, and they're being more active around the map, which was something that was also missing yesterday as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we just kind of see the differences, round over round. It's like, okay, well, we have Marvel on the Reinhardt. Let's just bully the hell out of him because they don't have enough throughput to try to keep him alive. So we'll just go ahead, harass the Reinhardt, take him down. Then they don't have a shield to stand behind, and then we can pick off everybody else. Then they swap over to the Wrecking Ball, and they say, okay, now there's no shield. Just dive the back line. What is the Wrecking Ball going to do? He has to be harassing our back line in order to drag us away. So if he's not doing that, then we can just get on top of their supports, take them out, and then the whole thing just kind of falls apart from there. So it was really good just change there from the Guangzhou Charge throughout the rounds to come out on top. Now we go to Junkertown. There's been, we have Junkertown and Kings Row. So maybe we'll see one of the teams really try to just ham-fist some rush comp, and then they won't do it on Kings Row where it makes more sense. Is that too soon?
Where it makes more sense. I mean, they could do it both here. I actually expect possibly a double shield. See if the teams want to go towards that right now. For Guangzhou Charge, if there's an opportunity to play Genji, that's going to be it for Choice 8-1. So, Black Sword composition again, I think back on the Sombra. Seeing Animo Creative rolling out on possibility of a Lucio Moira. And ironically as well, based on what we saw yesterday, Charge with the team I described yesterday is the team that we're really having trouble in terms of setting up situations where they could go in and actually have a full 6. Something would go wrong most fights, and it would kind of remove the tempo away. You saw that in one of the previous engagements on Oasis as well, where Prophet dies when Feds want to go for the EMP, and that just screws up the entire timing. So a couple of those errors for the Seoul Dynasty really, really cost them. See how they get past now this dive defense of the Guangzhou Charge.
All right, well, for now, just throwing some shurikens into a barrier. Fun Genji things. Needs to wait for them to push out a little bit further away from the spawn point before he can start going on some crazy flank stuff. This is a very aggressive position here from Mondu. Just up on top of just Shed right outside of the spawn. Karim, however, will get picked off. Now Rio going down. This is going to be a massive opening for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, barring any kind of miracle turnaround. But with Choice A1 getting ready to fall, this is going to be Dynasty making it up to the, I'd say the first choke point realistically here.
A much more defensive team composition as well as they slowly push the cart forward. I mean, this is almost a pirate ship if it wasn't for the fact that they don't actually have a Bastion. The only way this could be more defensive is if Prophet goes like a Torb or something. You see Charge there, trying to find their opportunity to make this dive happen, possibly miss time, possibly misaligned, and they go in, get farmed pretty quickly, and now they have zero presence over on this payload, which is very quickly moving until the end of A.
Yeah, it's made it through the chokes, and now we're rounding the final corner. I mean, obviously this point has caused many a problem for a lot of teams in the past on Junkertown, so we'll see if they can kind of cleanly get this through and have a massive time bank for the next phase.
Charge is still waiting.
Guangzhou Charge, I mean, yeah, they got to do something. They got to do it pretty quickly here, but Vince taken down by the sleep dart. Didn't have anybody there to try to protect him. Does not get punished, but Marvel is very much in danger of dying as that immortality field does get cleaned up. Prophet, however, off screen finds Choice A1. Rio right in the thick of things, pops that primal rage, jumps over the side, tries to get the cowboy in the corner. Can't quite make it happen, but can he send him sailing off the side of the map? Not necessary, just gonna go ahead and beat him to death instead. Strong, however, does get traded in the meantime, so it's going to be a tank for a DPS as 2U just goes ahead, barrels him down. Now no supports in the fight for the charge, and this cart wheeling back, go ahead and glide through. It's going to be 4.5 minutes in the time bank for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, who look very good at the start of this push.
And now that's more like the characteristic charge that I remember from yesterday, just slow, sitting on their hands. They took so long to engage that payload. It was nearly capped out, and then Charge like, hang on, maybe we should contest this. Choice at 1 dies almost instantly to Prophet. It's a 5v6, and yeah, okay. Nano goes to Rio, and he disrupts the backline again with his Primal Rage. Animo's rally is just pumping up armor the entire time, and the entire backline's unkillable. So Dynasty will just farm up the rest of the plays. There's also no EMP from Eileen because, again, he's just charging this very slowly. He'll have it finally. Is it going to be the EMP blade combo? Because that's pretty deadly, and that could be what gets him across the line.
They're just about to do it. Group's pretty damn close to having that online. EMP hack out onto 4. Marvel antied as well by Karib. You managed to find that kill. Prophet gets on top of the enemy Ana and gets that elimination, but without having that Orisa, it's so hard to continue to play forward. So in all likelihood, this is going to be a pullback. But yeah, Charge, they just want to continue to press onward. They want to get as many kills as they possibly can, it would seem. Rally's rolling, armoring up the Genji. The blade doesn't find too much in and of itself, but it creates enough space. It leads to a couple additional picks, and the Charge now have control of the card.
It's like 4 ultimates, though. Doesn't feel great for the Charge despite winning, and this is kind of what we saw on University as well, where they have to overspend to win a fight. And now it's like, okay, you've won, but you're going up against 5 ultimates, nearly 6 coming online for Seoul, including a rally which was game winning previously, or fight winning previously. Slowly trying to charge up to the next. It's actually a pretty decent pick up and Nana on the Choi.
Yeah, the bio is absolutely huge from Karib. 4 members yet again. Rio meadoed up with the Primal. Is just tearing people limb from limb. Only going to be Krong's mech as a casualty here. And 2U, yeah, he's kind of getting staggered. They're going to leave him out there. He can either try to pistol the rest of this 34% back to his mech, or he can jump off the side of the map. Seems like he should be able to get it. Yeah, he's got it. All right.
Krong needs a mech as well. That's going to be the one thing missing here. There's not a lot of ultimates left for the Charge. I mean, I said that last time, but then Korea landed a massive bio. This time it's just not going to happen. Krong and Andrew down. Doesn't get back to the mech.
Remember Bionade there yet again. Everybody falls low, but the Immortality Field helps to keep them alive. Creative topping them up as Spitz finds 2. Rio and Choice A1 both eliminated by his hand. Now the cart rounding the corner. They finally broken through here on this push. It's going to be one last attempt to stop this cart for the side of the Charge.
It's actually an insane amount of progress as well, despite being held up for so long. Seoul are nearly at the end here. They still have a few ultimates, really big ones as well. And Charge are no better. I mean, if it's going to have to be anything, it'll be Karib on a 3-man boat.
Oh,
that's the only thing that's been saving them.
Rio has no health right now. He is still just in the back lines, hiding out in the hallways, trying to stay alive. Krong, in the meantime, but by himself, does get knocked out of the mat. Rio finds a Mega Pack. We'll try to join in with the rest of the squad, but I think the damage might have been done. That being said, Marvel hacked Anti out so very low. Now with the Immortality Field taken out of the fight, the blade will come through from Choice A1. Finds one.
Oh my God.
Be gone. Now the DPS cut down Choice A1. Looking for another. 2U flies up over the top, is trying to escape and keep that mech intact. Seems like he may just be able to do it. Take a little bit more damage off camera. Creative. Still back over by the cart, now dies.
That's a massive fight for the Guangzhou Charge. Again, they came up with 0-0. They had to build up ultimates from, 20% away, maybe 15% away, somewhere a little bit closer than others here. But notably, yeah, you get the rally in there, man, who keeps the team alive just long enough for Choi to get a little bit more farm in, destroys the Immortality Field, and then gets a couple of shots on the marble that builds this blade. It ends up being a game-winning blade, a fight-winning blade. Now Nano should be going over towards Rio and he'll have the Primal as well.
Okay, well, Eileen a bit of an inopportune moment to try to go for the farm, except for only person he had line of sight on had a shield. They blocked the damage. Deadeye out from Fitz. They try to keep him alive. Immortality Field has to be used. Doesn't lead to much. Gets a flashbang summon to Rio for just a brief moment. But yeah, Choice A1 comes cutting him down. Province eliminated. Now Creative going to be gone. And just like that, it's 19 seconds left in the time bank with 3 members currently dead. Marvel hacked somewhere, just trying to pull back over towards the spawn. They continue to poke forward, try to chip away at these tanks, but this is looking like the Charge should be able to make this happen. Somebody's going to have to touch the cart, and in all likelihood, it has to be Prophet.
Pretty much, and he's going to recall straight away as well. Like, Tu's got there with a self-destruct, buys him a little bit of time, 3 ultimates, got to pump everything into this Creative, still has a window, has got to drop that now.
Rally's now rolling self-destruct up over the top into the back line. Gets rid of the bongo, gets rid of the immortality field, but doesn't lead to any kills. Creative finds a headshot onto Eileen. Mondo going to be gone. Now there's also push. Pussy one, he pulled the blade, they instantly kill him. And just like that, it seemed like the Charge should have had this one in the bag. But the Seoul Dynasty, they cut them down at the last moment in the 11th hour, and they get one more chance, another minute and a half added to the time bank for this final stretch.
I think Seoul were just looking for the right fight there. I mean, so many times they kind of just nearly get there, saving ultimates. Choi pulls out a blade. It's a miracle blade. There's very critical miracle fights. Charge were even winning yesterday versus Fusion. This time around, though, pumping out all the ultimates, 3 to 4 ultimates from the Seoul Dynasty. Choi finally pulls a blade on, like, no HP, gets drilled down, and it's not going to happen. No savior there. EMP on the line for Eileen. Just a hot second as well. Rally building up, and decent amount of damage here. That's already Marvel gone.
Prophet, yeah, slapped there. They'll get that elimination. And now the Charge again. They just crash like a tsunami against the Dynasty. They push them back over to the spawn. Just demaking to you and just putting him in a very rough position. I think he just kind of has a hard swap, doesn't he? Yep.
Pretty much. I don't know what ultimate charge he had beforehand, but it's all gone now. So, 30 seconds remaining, and typically, we have the same conversation again with only 1:30 remaining. It's a lot of time, especially when the EMP comes in.
Yeah, throws it out. That's going to be 3 members hacked. Marvel, the first one to fall. Again, the Bionade just laying straight in onto the Orisa. Everybody focus fires. They get rid of that barrier. So very pesky. Now this opens things up for Choice A1. He's got way more options, way more people to throw these shurikens at to try to get the rest of this blade online. And this time, is looking like it's going to be an Nano Blade. Brave is in position saying, I cannot miss this. I am directly on top of you. You will be nano boosted. There it goes. Blade now going to be drawn out. Marvel fortified, trying to push forward, but yep, they managed to get the kill. The lamp into the back. Bomb stick comes through. Prophet might just be able to turn this around. There's still a self-destruct rolling. As I see that, Mondu pushes forward, gets a stun to the Prophet, finishes him off with a whip shot. Now gets a break on the 2-use mech, and again, he had to burn all of his ult charge. No self-destruct to try to keep them in this fight, to try to buy some space. Fitz will find Mondu, but then Eileen finds Fitz. Rio with the sliver of HP is barely hanging on by a thread. Now Creative is gone. Anamo shoved back away from the cart, so effectively no support, nobody to touch, and that is as far as the cart is going to get for the Seoul Dynasty.
And the Immortality field actually, survives a little bit longer than I thought, so prevents Choice F1 from going even deeper. Otherwise, that could have been a really devastating loss for the Seoul Dynasty, despite them, kind of losing here anyway, but a quicker loss, I should probably say. Mandu, despite having his rally cancelled, that packed health back at the bottom there, be paying dividends. So let's see this huge Bionade again. I believe that's Kareem's POV. No, it's actually the slip of the Prophet. Yeah, that happened in the fight as well. In the middle of all of this, Kareem senses Prophet on the flank and instantly shuts him down with a little bit of support coming through the back end as well. And looking at this actual payload positioning, I'm kind of in two minds. Part of me thinks this is actually not bad progress for Seoul, who at multiple points were completely stopped up and getting any progress done on B. But on other points as well, it's like Seoul were also in the lead at various points, including on B during a very heavy push that got them all the way to the end of B before they got cleaned up by a Choice of One Miracle Blade. It was a lot of ultimates online for Seoul versus pretty much nothing for the Guangzhou Charge. And yet somehow Seoul can't close the door in these fights that should be so one-sided for them. And it takes them an extra fight to come back in, throw their ultimates, not take any chances, not give the space for the Guangzhou Charge for them to finally cap on B. And by that time, you're in the OT.
Yeah. Well, let's see how they fare now on the defense. Fitz is going straight in for the Widowmaker, so very much an all-in play. If he gets picked off early by, Choice A1, somebody you really have to be concerned about. We'll have to see him swap over to something and try to rush back to this point.
Look at Fitz's ult charge here. He hit like multiple headshots in Krong.
Yeah.
And now he's healed back up, and Kareem's managed to farm that up into perhaps a fast nano, but that was nearly a D-Mech, and that would have been brutal if Krong gets desuited this quickly.
I mean, it would have probably just been an instant swap. He says, okay, no, I don't have any ult charge, so I'll just go to Wrecking Ball, go back to D.Va, and just lose 3% or so. But I see what you're saying, yeah. It's good to see that Fitz is hitting these shots. That's a big boon here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Just hasn't led to any kills yet. As the card gets closer, that's that much space, less space rather, that the Widowmaker has to work with.
I'll say this much, it's a real possibility here that Charge are allowing a decent amount of this damage to go through on purpose to give Kariv this fast
He's
nano.
got the nano.
So as long as Rio and Krong aren't actually dying or getting desued or anything like that, it's fine. Now the nano should come on through.
Yep, he's diving in, he's looking for 2U. A lot of damage being pushed out onto the Sigma. There's just not enough peel, there's not enough healing in the world. They're trying to keep him alive. Prophet drags things back into their favor just slightly by taking out Choice One, but now they lose out on Marvel. There's no main tanks and Fitz. You know, Impresight has rolled. He needs to start clicking some heads right now. He needs to find eliminations because the cart is still inching forward. Rio playing inside of the bubble and has to go ahead and exit back to safety. Prophet does have a pulse online. We'll see if he can find a high impact one. He's going forward, doesn't manage to find the stick. A little bit of damage, smattering of it, gets pushed forward. Tries to get rid of this baby D.Va. As Krong is still quite a ways away from having that remech online. Creative in the meantime. Just find Choice A1.
Much better.
Still decent trades here for Dynasty. The cart's going to be continuing to roll back.
It's a couple times now that Choi's been caught as well. Now Kariv wants to go for the nano, just waiting for Choi to come back online. Krong will have the suit as well, so this is a really good time for Charge. They can't afford to have anything go wrong now. One more nano needs to go onto Rio. He'll get a prime off this as well, and they gotta win this fight because otherwise, time's ticking, man. It's less than 2 minutes now.
And taking a little bit of a nap on top of the water tower. They do have that barrier up. They're trying to get protected, but Creative dies. He has his Transcendence online, but he just gets taken out. Now Kariv out-snipes Fitz. Gets rid of the enemy Widowmaker. Prophet with a sliver of HP will get finished off in the end, and that is, yep, that's just going to be point A. Broken open the rest of the Seoul Dynasty. It's kind of need to pull back and try and not stagger at this point, I would say. Bionade on the 2U, so the chase forward will come in from Rio. Gets the drop down, gets the kill. And that is a lot of space earned now for the Guangzhou Charge.
I mean, the sad part is look at Seoul's ultimates. They have like nearly 6 ults. They just lost with everything. This is what I'm talking about.
But look
previous fights as well. And by the way, Charge is still pushing forward. Charge spent ultimates. They actually spent things to get to this point, and they're about even. So if we look at this as being a sort of neutral state where neither team really spend anything, and Charge get a freebie to Cat A and move over through to B, and now look to get a forward hold, that's massive for the Charge and super disappointing for Seoul, because Seoul have the capability to defend, but they just lose players too quickly. Fitz gets slept, they don't get to use their ultimates, and a Force Part Creative dies suddenly, somehow, doesn't get to use a trance. That's really, really poor.
Yeah. Not a great look. I mean, Kariv, he builds these up so quickly, he's going to have another Nano Boost online. So this is going to be 6 ultimates. Even if Prophet didn't use that bomb, even if Fitz didn't use his ultimate, it was always going to be 6v5 because you just always take any ultimate over the Infrasight, essentially. You know, this is not the most Widow-friendly meta right now, given the amount of bubbles, the amount of cores you can play around. 2U, however, with the Flux, does manage to open
Where's
things.
the EMP?
Takes out Kariv. That's going to be the Transcendence in response now. Creative charging forward, trying to get the team up, topped up. Fitz gets rid of Mondu, cuts that rally short. Now they should be able to push forward, get some additional picks, try to hold this card, but it's still a long ways away. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the time bank, but a lot was expended by both teams.
It's a really weird fight from Charge, though. I mean, again, where's this EMP? It seems like they were soft-committing there. They weren't really trying to push it hard, waiting for the EMP to come through. In fact, we were waiting so long. Creative was like, I might as well just tempo trance this one. Why not? Eileen's not going to do anything anyway. Kariv even dies in the middle of that fight, so it's just like the real win conditions have been taken out, and it's been taken out again, so this is going to be another reset.
They use an Nano Boost. They managed to get that off onto Rio in time before Kariv gets eliminated, but then Prophet follows up from Mondu. There's just no support. There's no way to keep Rio alive, even if he is nanoed up, so gets picked off. They do find 2U's mech, so slight little silver lining. They don't have to worry about a D.Va, D-Matrix for a little while, but it's not the biggest concern overall, given the comp that the Charge are running.
That's a huge shot. I don't even know how
that's a nutty shot.
Yeah, he just shot into nothing, just clean air, and somehow tags Eileen, and he's like, no way. How'd I get hit by that? It just costs Charge even more time for a naturally slow team.
That's a back spam in the chat right there.
Yeah. Oh
my.
There's the eat. It's the second time, by the way. Krong is just beautiful.
Yep. Guy's nuts. Knows exactly where Prophet's going to go. Because, I watched Fleta's, multiple 180s yesterday. I know which angle you're going to approach from. Gets the eat. EMP comes through. Creative going to hit the floor. Both supports hacked out, but Anamo not really under fire, so will be alive to try to keep the rest of the team topped up. But it's very limited healing that he has available, especially when everybody's so spread out. Profit and Fitz both going to fall. This is likely just going to have to be the point conceded. Marvel does come rolling forward, but he gets, absolutely annihilated, antied. And now the cart moves in. 2 minutes and 25 seconds is what the Dynasty need to defend for if they want to tie this up. Otherwise, it's going to be the Charge move the match point, Avril.
I think Charge can do this. They're coming up to a nano again. You still have Seoul trying to regroup. They're still struggling to get all six together. Marvel swinging back in. Minefield will be really important. Yeah, Grong's desuited, which is not great. Still waiting for this. Okay. And he doesn't get back in.
I think it's wise, honestly. I think they have time to play with it. Nobody touching the cart right now. Marvel finally gets up there, but he's anti. Somebody else is going to have to tag in. Maybe they don't need Prong at all. Marvel's still going to be alive. Nano boost out on a reel up top. Still holding on to this primal rage. Jumps back over to the point, and now he's just going to try to clear out the point. Yep, to you. Lets the self-destruct go. Gets dropped down. Smacks are coming through. Marvel now going to be eliminated. Anamo dead. Creative desperately trying to rush back over, but it's really just to you, and he's going to be desuited. They will push it through. The Guangzhou Charge, they move up 2-0 now in the series.
I'm speechless. That's actually incredible coming through from the Charge. Just, if you look at this in a vacuum, you think about 2-0 versus the Seoul Dynasty, a team that played so well in the opening two matches. 2-0 is the scoreline they had coming into this weekend. And now they're at the risk of being 2-2, which perhaps doesn't get them into regional knockouts anymore. 2-2 is not a safe scoreline. And for the Charge, a massive turnaround from what we saw yesterday. Still not 100% clean. I'll be honest with you, Charge, every time they do something really good, they'll back it up with something really weird, like, you know, just an entire fight where you don't see Eileen's EMP and it's kind of a bit of a flop, and now they're sitting on their hands again and they're waiting until the last moment to engage on A defense. Stuff like that is still there for the Charge. I mean, the DNA of the Charge still exists, but otherwise, things have definitely improved from yesterday for the Charge, and it's showing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, when the coaching staff of the Dynasty told the players, like, hey, let's play like Shock, I don't think he meant, like, let's try to go 2-2 and knock on Hawaii. So
Shock lost today as well.
I know, that's how I'm referencing. It seems like that's on the horizon for them as well. But, yeah, this is really rough. Really, really rough for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They got to really dig deep, deeper than we've ever dug before, you know, through the crust of the earth to try to mine some confidence out of this, out of the ground, and reinstill some hope and try to pull off a reverse sweep, because that's what it's coming down to right now, but it's not looking good. We'll see if they can pull it off. We'll see if they can get a map win on Volskaya when we return, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. So much flavor, it's a mind crunch. TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League. And by NetApp, the official data management partner of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, and we are back, and we are currently at match point. Guangzhou Charge leading 2-0 after a win on Junkertown. And this is really, strange territory here, Avril. We kind of anticipated that Seoul, bounced back after yesterday's loss versus Shanghai. They got crushed there. Surely they're going to come back in here and they're going to look better. Well, they have, but they haven't been able to get a win on the board. They couldn't finish Junkertown. Guangzhou Charge, they pushed through that little golden box of victory. And now Volskaya Industries is all that's standing between the Charge and a 3-0 victory.
I mean, do Seoul look much better from yesterday? I think the real improvements from yesterday would be the fact that, you don't have Lip just farming profit on repeat here and, a few other areas where you're not dealing with a god tier Sombra. Unfortunately, Eileen is anything but that. They're kind of being gifted a much weaker Sombra composition on the opposite side to play against, but even them, Charge can just get it across the line. Charge are finding the momentum when they need it. And for Seoul, I don't know, man. Today, it's just this entire weekend, I should probably say, it's just really not it. The entire narrative for the Seoul has been they look like, at minimum, the second-best team, perhaps in the Eastern Division, after getting a 3-1 versus Chengdu, a 3-0 versus the Hangzhou Spark, and now this weekend, they're at the risk of going 0-6 and winning nothing.
I mean, I've been following the Dynasty, obviously, since the inception of the squad, ever since they took the original, Lunatic High members over to Los Angeles to compete in the Blizzard Arena. And I gotta say, this isn't much different from the previous years. It all comes down to those playoffs at the end of the year, potentially. But, not being able to get to Hawaii, to have tournament wins, to have good map differentials and everything, that's gonna certainly stack up and hurt their odds at making a run like they did last year. I know that's just got to be the copium that fans of this whole dynasty are kind of taking right now, but this is not a good look. You do not want to be getting obliterated by the Dragons. You do not want to be losing this series 3-0. So they need to look more competitive.
I mean, you want some copium. The real copium was, it's okay, Shanghai the best team. They got rolled 0-3 versus Shanghai. It happens. Probably everyone gets rolled 0-3. But now Seoul might get 0-3 by the Charge. Look, it's not a roll. It's been competitive.
Yeah.
You even had a University win on Oasis. However, still, it might be a 3. And so this needs to be Seoul really turning up the heat now, because Charge, they've been doing good things this match. Not, they still got screws to tighten up as well. But Seoul, really, the whole thing is loose.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that stat little blurb that we had comes back to bite them in the rear at the end of this, is that the Dynasty have never lost on Volskaya to the Guangzhou Charge. 0-1 all-time on this map, but that's not going to be a very good start at all to this attack, as 3 members immediately get picked off, the first 2 being support to you. Yeah, I mean, it's just no way for him to potentially even try to survive, so all energy going to be lost on him. Now we just have to reset and go again.
Seoul have never lost Volskaya to the Charge, except for today, where it looks like they might lose Volskaya to the Charge, at least this first fight going heavily in favor of the Charge, and that's just going to pump up their ultimate Charge fairly high, as Choice of One's on 86. Will be very much on that Pulse Bomb now. Kareev and Creative are actually not that far away from each other. We'll see how much more farming Kareev can do in the meantime. Oh, he might die. No, he's okay.
He's definitely all right for the time being, at least, but doesn't really get in on top of the supports like he was looking to do. Pulse Bomb going to be dropped onto the ground and still manages to find Creative without the stick. Profit will answer back, taking down Eileen, but is that good enough for them to go off of? They still are going to continue to play forward and can inch their way over onto the points. So it seems like this has bought enough space, and now Profit follows up, really starting to come online. Pops Choice A1, gets him with the headshots. This could potentially just snowball into a .8 cap.
Yeah, I mean, that's both DPS is gone. Eileen's on the way back now, and Choi's only just respawned. There's no nano. Kareev desperately needs a nano onto Rio if they want to hold on to this one. Can they even go? There's 1 tick left to go. They might wait until the 90% mark.
Giving away a decent little bit here. Fits well into the back. Gotta make sure he's not in line of sight to get slept. Watches the flank. Sees Choice A1 coming, so he's going to be privy to that. Shouldn't get picked. Caught off guard, keep his flank protected. Nano's out onto Rio. Nearly has the Primal online. Doesn't quite get it. Fits. As that Winston pulls back, finds the opening, strikes down Eileen, follows up for Rio. Marvel with the nano onto himself, manages to get on top of Kariv. Gumba stops Mandu, and that will be the breakthrough on point A. So they do get the cap, and there's a decent amount to work with here for the Dynasty to try to snowball this.
I mean, I'll be looking at Krong to see if we can eat to use grab, and Krong is definitely the hungry diva that we all know. Aside from that, though, I mean, Seoul, big improvement in that last fight. You see both Eileen and Choice 1 getting picked off. Creative getting a timely nano onto Marvel as well. Here we go, rally in, and Kuyu looking for the play.
Jump into the back, Rio trying to cause some chaos and split them apart. Will get slept, but gets woken up. Not exactly what you want to see if you're a Dynasty player. But the stun comes through, they get the ante out onto him, and the Deadeye will take him out of the sky. Now they're in on the point, still have this graph ready to roll. Throws it down onto the point, doesn't really find much of anything, so a bit of a whip there from the side of 2U. But we'll see if that's going to end up costing them. Rally's rolling from Mandu, trying to keep everybody alive, but Kariv gets cornered, was anteed out, gets eliminated. Yet another pick off coming through in favor of the Seoul Dynasty.
Grab from Eileen.
Eileen can't quite get that one built up, goes back in to his Echo form. Krong going to be team next. Anti-Nate out onto Rio, has to pull away from the point, cannot keep contesting, so a second tick now comes through for the Dynasty. Instant stick down onto the ground, finds Eileen. Mandu stays alive for a little bit longer. The flashbang, however, helps get the elimination in the end. With a big Bionade from Kariv, he's doing his damnedest, but it's not going to be enough. The cap will come through on point B. The Seoul Dynasty looking awake so far on Volskaya. 3 minutes and 23 locked in on their attack.
Good tempo being shown from Seoul there as well. And by the way, seeing Kariv land a huge bio just before Charge lose, I think it's one of the omens to the end of Charge's defenses or offenses or just any end of their fights. We've seen that so many times where Charge is just on their way out, they're losing, and somehow Kariv drops a big bio that just can't be capitalized upon. Eileen's duplicate there has to be talked about. I'm not too sure what happened. I know he got slept, so good shot by Kariv to put Eileen to bed in the middle of that duplication. But he wasn't finding the damage, he wasn't getting the energy, and he did not get a grab, and ultimately the duplicate didn't come to bear any fruit, and he got the duplicate when 2U dropped his own grab, and you kind of noted the grab is maybe not the best. It didn't look awful, but it didn't give them the necessary kills. But beyond that as well, it's not like Charge were getting anything done on their side. Rio instantly melted in the primal, so Seoul start that fight on B with the 6v5, and ends up being a elongated one attempt, but importantly, it's a one attempt there, which means they have 3:23 in the time bank, and that's really impressive.
That it is, but now we have to see what the Charge are going to piece together. Seems like they're just going to be sticking with the Echo Tracer. Maybe once they spot what's going on here, you know, particular fits on the Ashe, maybe that'll make them try to change this composition around. Because without having, you know, a hard pocket available for the Echo can be pretty difficult to run into the Ashe, especially one as well versed as Fitz, at least historically.
Depends on the sightlines here. Maybe Mandu will go over towards a Mercy. We do know that, you know, the Rio Kariv, Winston plus, you know, the nano boost is definitely the win condition. Krong's got to double down now. It's been a while since we've seen some proper double bubble, even though I know Seoul just played it. And, you know, Rio wishes he had a secondary bubble there, just gets destroyed. That might have been because Rio was trying to farm up damage for Kariv's nano boost, and that's one of the few times where, yeah, you're teetering too close to the edge and you will get killed while you're trying to farm some damage on yourself. Krong's now going to do that job for the team. This is going to take a while because Kariv would normally be maybe at like 80%, high 70s. He's very far behind.
Yeah, well, they try to push him off the high ground. Do manage to do so with the help of the Discord Orb damage coming through. Rio stunned up, still getting beaten and battered. Bionade has to be used to try to keep him alive as Prophet makes his way into the back line. Fitz, in the meantime, gets sightlines on the Winston as everybody else is so worried about Tracer. Fitz opens it up, takes out Rio. Creative, however, will get picked off, but Prophet is quick onto the reply. This sort of choice A1, follows up for Krong. He's just meleeing everybody to death. He gets another one onto Kariv. This is giving me some Jexa vibes back on King's Row as he just was consistently taking heads, but all right, a nice team fight win comes through for the side of the Dynasty. The Charge, well, they have to go again. This time they will have a nano boost to use.
That's the kind of playoffs Prophet that we need to see. And you saw that a little bit as well in the B attack, just landing easy pulses, easy kills as well. Really high damage and output on this Tracer so far. That's nearly 2 minutes gone. We still haven't seen this nano. Kariv did build it up, and Rio died instantly. Nano still hasn't been applied yet, so working for the space, and it's slow.
Oh my god, he does it again? How does he find Eileen and Mandu at the same place right there? Gets him on the ground. It's a double elimination. Wants to go in for Kariv. You can tell he's hungry for it, but he knows better. He's down to 37 HP, so decides to pull back. So good restraint being shown, but what a huge pickup. Maybe we'll have to be able to get a replay of that one to see just exactly how that transpired.
I gotta tell you right now, the time is already scuffed for the Guangzhou Charge. Even when they cap A, and assuming they will cap A, time remaining on B, it's not going to be comparable. Their time back now is going to be heavily behind. Still haven't seen this nano just in. They need to start either rotating aggressively or just nano in and dive directly on towards the point. Currently, they're not really doing either. And this is shades of Guangzhou from yesterday, where again, they're being slow, they're being indecisive, but they do have a kill.
Yeah, now they have a kill. Minefield on the entryway over towards the point. Rio denied by the coach gun, so can't get up onto the high ground and really utilize this nano boost. That's a good one. But
how does that happen?
Lean? I'm not sure. Must have just kind of glided down to the ground, didn't have anywhere else to go, and just kind of instant to a mine. And this is moments before he gets his duplicate online, so it does just get taken out. Marvel continuing to just try to gatekeep the point as best as possible, moves up onto the high ground. Will wait to re-engage. Pile driver not going to be able to find too much of anything, but comes crashing into the rest of the charge. They're trying to keep him dead until you eats the pulse bomb, and Creative gets the headshot. A 1-2 done on a choice they want, taking him out of the fight. Marvel in the meantime does fall. They have to keep 2U alive, so they have some form of defense. Just cutting back into the garage right now, and that will force the Transcendent. No Bionade to try to help them get rid of this Diva. The self-destruct, however, does manage to find Fitz, just could not exit fast enough. Eileen trying to get the beam in onto Prophet, will force the recall, and Rio with the Primal Rage built up, will manage to find Creative. Finds one. 2 ticks now going to be handed over as Marvel goes back to the point, gets pushed back, gets slapped out of in midair. Bomb finds nothing. Pulse, however, is going to be good. Gets the stick onto Karim, getting rid of one of the supports, but that's just one step here for the Dynasty to try to close out this full hold. 2U falling low, will get broken out of the mech, and now there's nothing to devour this grab, so Krong should have free reign. Just needs to land it. They just need to kill Prophet, and Choi Se-won does exactly that. You can see Krong here. He says, you know what? I've got 100 energy. I shouldn't have to use this Graviton Surge. I do not want to use this Graviton Surge, and he will be able to hold it for a potential snowball attempt on B.
That's really important for the Charge as well. Now having this grab 4B, like you said, it's going to give them the only hope they can of maybe getting a double cap, especially with the nano coming online. You saw from Krong's POV though, things were getting dicey. There were multiple moments there with one more member on his team maybe goes down, and numbers don't look favorable for the Charge. They're desperate to cap that. At that point, they will then have to grab. So, Big Bang combo online, grab into Pulse. Let's see if they can actually land that one correctly. That's 2 minutes 30 left to go, and as said previously, they can't match time in the time bank of Seoul, but they can at least go to the time bank itself.
Yeah, Rio dives into the back. He looks for Creative. He creates a nice enough distraction that Choi Se-won can get in there on a flank ankle. Gets the pulse bomb in to get rid of the enemy Zenyatta. Rally is still rolling, armoring up the rest of the squad. Spitz gets under fire just a bit. Still holding on to the bomb for potential delay, but seems like he will be able to hold it for even longer. With that pick off on a Karim, the rest of the Charge are trying to exit.
I gotta say, compared to Oasis, that would be deadly. Yep, they do get Krong, so energy's gonna reset here entirely. That's gonna be really deadly for Guangzhou Charge, and the chances of getting this camper to dwindle even further now. Rio's been really handled quite nicely now compared to what we saw on Oasis. That was the point I was trying to make previously, where Seoul looked like they were getting Animo and Creative caught out by Rio multiple times on Oasis, but now on an assault map, Rio going in, even with the nano, cannot build up this primal. That's why he died so fast in the previous fight. If Rio gets a primal, I'm pretty sure Krong finds the opportunity to grab, and that becomes a real fight for the Charge. But Charge, they just not able to have this main tank stay alive long enough.
Yep, it's been a bit rough for them in that regard. Krong, I mean, he needs to get this grab off to you. Can he be the hero and just go ahead and take this one away? Rio still diving despite falling low as the Primal Rage pops. But look at the damage output. They're just shredding right through him. Rejoins with the squad back over onto the point where a single tick is nearly grabbed up. Choi Se-won tries to go for the pulse bomb, but he does not manage to land it. The headshot comes through. Now he's going to be out of the fight. Can rejoin rather quickly. Keep Rio topped up, and they still have this grab, but I would have anticipated Choi, to hold on to that, maybe try to go for a big bang combo, but not to be. Does not happen.
They're getting impatient now.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to kill off Marvel, but they just don't have the damage output to make that happen. They have to play back.
I think Krong needs to realize he's not going to get a good grab here, so any opportunity to find 2 people even, that's got to be the grab. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen at all. EMP's even available now with the nano. This is the fight for Charge. They got to win here, and it's falling apart.
Yeah, the minefield is going to find 2. Rio jumps right back in on top of them. I guess I have to die now. Reset faster, so Mandu's going to go crashing into it as well. But with 15 seconds left, it's all on Eileen and Choi Se-Wan to tag this point. Choi Se-Wan is dead. Fitz picks him off. Now it all has to be on the Sombra to get this touch to force out OT.
And look at the ult. Soldiers have so much defensive here. You double support ult as well. Kriyan hasn't even forced to use his trance. There's no way. Charge don't touch. It's over. And once again, the Guangzhou Charge, they are stricken by indecision. They just do not go. They cannot make a decision. They cannot make the play happen. And it's just a whole bunch of nothing. Put those hands on the seats again and sit your butt back down. That's exactly the Guangzhou Charge style that we're seeing.
Somebody in the chat, please do me this favor because I don't have enough time to do it. Once you catch up to this point, rewind back, look at when Krong gets this grab online, get a stopwatch on your phone, whatever, and then tell me how long he had it for. Tweet it at me. I need to know because it just never got used. It was from point A. He never got to use it. But I need minutes, I need seconds. I'm very curious. But man, the stars never aligned good enough, I suppose, for them to want to commit in there. Just people getting picked off. That's a brutal map, and the stat line will remain steady there for the Seoul Dynasty. They still have not lost on Volskaya to the Guangzhou Charge. Now we have King's Row coming up next. We'll see what happens as we get ready to move over to Hybrid and whether or not the Seoul Dynasty can keep this moving forward as they look for a reverse sweep.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile.
Alrighty, and we are back, and we do not have a 3-0 on our hands. This is going to be the Seoul Dynasty extending this
Good
series
silver
at least
lining.
by, yeah, you know, that's good. I will always celebrate not 3 Overwatch. So I'm a big fan of that. But Seoul Dynasty, they extend this by at least a single map. They pick up Volskaya. They maintain their perfect record versus the Guangzhou Charge on that map individually. But now we have to go forward into King's Row to see if they can keep the ball rolling, and make an attempt at a reverse sweep would be a huge, turnaround for them, just given how this series started. Guangzhou Charge, it seems like things have started kind of falling apart from them. It seems like they started off so very well, but as it goes on, it's not been good.
Well, you're seeing an evolution now coming through from Seoul, and I don't want to call reverse sweep just yet after one map, but you can start to see the very early stage of what could be the development of a reverse sweep, and that comes from the fact that Prophet is online now. He's hitting shots, he's getting kills, he's hitting double pulse bomb sticks, all of the above, all the things you want from a playoffs Prophet caliber. That's being shown now. Above that as well, they're dealing with Rio. Rio was going pretty, uncontested on the first map and maybe the second as well. Now Rio's getting melted, even with Primal, even with Nano. You're having, I want to say, a pretty average performance from Eileen. Like, his Sombra has not been super impressive. His Echo hasn't been super impressive either. I would like to see Eileen maybe go back towards an Ashe. That seemed to be a more comfortable pick for him previously. That would require Charge to maybe look at a different composition. Choi Se-Hwan is now, what I can tell from his playstyle, he's still putting up numbers, but he is very much infected with this I need to do everything kind of playstyle because his whole team is so inactive. He's overcompensating by trying to be extra active, and he's been caught out multiple times. He's dead. You see these 5v6s. Charge want to go in. Choi dies first. What do you do now? That really sucks for the Guangzhou Charge. So multiple things that were going quite well for Charge earlier on, notably Rio's success on the Winston. That's been shut down now, on top of Prophet being really, really huge in this matchup. That's what's putting Seoul ahead. Yeah,
Prophet just, I don't know. They flipped the right switches, during the break or something like that. They rebooted him because, sometimes I do believe that this guy
Arnold's
is a cyborg.
like, have you tried turning him on and off? Or just
it certainly seems
reset?
that way. So, he just comes back into this map and, getting that double pulse bomb, which unfortunately we never got a replay of, so we don't know, exactly how he got Brigitte and Echo at the same time. Because, in my mind, I'm like,
ran into the other. Eileen dropped into Mandu or the other way around.
If Eileen had it and he dropped into Mandu and the stick was on Eileen, that's even more impressive from Prophet. But either way, the reboot worked for him. We'll see if it's just going to be a one map flare up and maybe it'll sizzle out now on King's Row, or if they're going to continue to look really strong, because this was a major turnaround from the side of the Seoul Dynasty. So keeping the ball rolling and trying to pull off a reverse sweep is just about one of the most stressful situations that you can be in. But it does kind of go both ways. You're stressed because you're like, okay, one more loss and we're out of this. And you're the Guangzhou Charge and you're fighting. You're like, we were up 2-0. There's no way we don't close the series, right? Like, how do they keep winning?
Famous last words.
So just need to try to
As many teams I'm sure have said in the past, there's no way we lose after being 2-0 and up. And Seoul famously were 3-0 and up in Mayhem last year before they got reverse swept in a 1-7 versus Shanghai. I bring that up every now and then just because it's still so amazing to me. Anyway, I digress. That's the true Seoul versus Shanghai El Clasico days. Right now, Charge have some figuring out to do, to put it lightly. They are still getting some decent output out of Korea. That's still one consistent part of their team that they, especially on the Ana, well, let's just say, be honest, pretty much only on the Ana. We haven't really seen him play much else. You talked about Prophet here. It will depend on what Prophet plays on Kings or in what composition Seoul are going to go for as well. Because if you see Prophet on towards May, I don't think he's going to have the same output. Yeah, it's going to be a hero that Prophet can play, and it's going to be pretty decent. But the real carry performance from Prophet is going to be on something like a Tracer. And if he's not on the Tracer, then maybe Seoul aren't going to be able to tap into that.
All right, well, new stat update. Seoul haven't lost King's Row this season. They're 2-0, while Guangzhou have yet to win there. So, well, we're either keeping it the same or
we're going
changing
map 5.
it up completely. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I
So
guess the
telling me we're
script
going
is,
to map 5.
the script is saying map 5 is on the horizon. So we'll find out if the script is correct or not. Prophet right now looking to just boost people forward with the Symmetra. Could, he could stick with it, but just, yeah, more likely just going to be the high ground boost.
Tracer.
And yeah, he'll just go straight back over onto the Tracer. Going to say Juan, move to the Doom Fist and lean on the Sombra yet again. So
This
that
is
goes to what we saw in Oasis.
the right call, I think, for Seoul. There's an argument you can make. Maybe Seoul should just play Brawl. I mean, they've been playing a lot of Brawl previously in the last weekend. They're good at that, but you have to think about what's hot for them right now. What players are good on what heroes, and Prophet's been great on Tracer. You got to stay on a Tracer composition at least for now. Troy going back over towards the Doom, Eileen on the Sombra, and Charge need to contest. They've given up one tick already.
Yeah, nearly the second tick coming through. Jose Juan going to be diving in, but to his death, to you. Manages to find the kill. Is still quite low, down to half HP right now on the Zarya, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the squad is just picking up the rest of the pieces. Mondo and Curry both dying at the hands of Fitz. Jose Juan says, okay, I need to swap over to Reaper.
Sombra Reaper,
And
Lucio
Kareem goes
Moira
to-
composition. So
Yeah.
this is going to be the new look for the Charge. And Charge, we're trying some of this in the previous weekend of gameplay. It was, let's just say, not great because they weren't really winning. Now let's see if they can maybe collect that 3-1 victory off the back of this composition. Will require them to be very fast, and if there's one thing they can do, it is to get a 6v5.
Yeah, well, they find Prophet. They catch him as he floated up into the high ground there. Managed to just strike him down. So a good pickup off the bat. Prophet's still going to be sticking through with the Echo. And I mean, this makes sense. The Charge, they kind of got rolled by this just yesterday versus the Fusion on Hollywood. So they said, you know what, let's just do that Sombra Reaper thing. Natural hack does come out onto Choi Se-Wan, but he's not going to be the one really taking any pressure. It was Eileen who fell low, but does manage to stay alive, and obviously he's going to be well ahead of Fitz as far as the Charge is concerned. So now let's have that EMP readily available to try to win a fight in the choke. Pressing forward, waiting for his opportunity, throws that
Good
one
EMP.
out, manages to find 3. Nano Boost is used by Creative, however, throws that onto Marvel to try to keep the rest of the team alive. 2U under pressure, but Bionade healing comes through. They manage to keep him alive. Rio falling low, will get top back up. The Coalescence now going to be burned. The sound barrier shielding all going to be gone. But
cancel!
EMP strikes onto 5. A huge turnaround from Fitz. Bionade now out onto 2. Bandu can't heal a damn thing, can't heal himself, and he is just going to die. Sticky bombs finish him off. Karib is gone, and that is the Seoul Dynasty making a statement play off the back of Fitz, punching their way through the defenses of the Charge.
And punching up as well, uppercutting the Guangzhou Charge, who are looking pretty good in that fight. They'd sound barrier into Coalescence. That's the win condition, just rolling through all these ultimates. Fitz, by the way, was trying to catch up on the Sombra. He didn't start on the Sombra, he changed the Sombra to try and catch up to Eileen, who had the early EMP. And in the same fight, Fitz at the end of the fight closes the door, gets shut down, stops Kareem's Coalescence, and that's how they get that fight. When Marvel has been hacked out, might be okay though.
Well, Prophet goes for the dupe onto the Sombra. Nearly has that EMP ready, and I mean, Mondo, he got that natural hack. They instantly pick him off. The EMP strikes 3. Choi Se-Wan going to be taking a nap, and as he gets woken up, will be a very rude awakening. Gets eliminated, and this is just a steamroll. 4 minutes 45 for the final stretch. I mean, granted, yeah, the Charge, they can buy a decent amount of time. They have this EMP Death Blossom combination that they could use, but they need to pull it off.
It's 4 minutes 30 remaining. There's so much available for Seoul here. B was a non-contest. B had minor slowdowns over towards the archway and the bookshop, but aside from that, it's all Seoul. Fitz and Eileen now looking towards EMP, which means Fitz is more than caught up to Eileen. Who's going to pull the trigger first? So that's really important for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just always want to be that Sombra to strike twice, not get EMP'd yourself, but then immediately reply with one. There will be the EMP out. Death Blossom coming through. Managed to find 3 kills right off the bat for
I think Fitz will
Prophet.
cancel.
Takes down Choi Se-Wan. And yeah, I think you are correct. I think Bandu actually finished him off with a right click as he tried to use it, and that's very costly for the side of the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, so Eileen does pull the trigger first and, forces Fitz's hands as well, and Fitz does go for it, but I think you're right, Mandu gets that kill. Fitz doesn't get an EMP off, even if he did, doesn't really land correctly anyway, so it won't give Seoul what they want in that fight, and they basically reset now to no ultimates outside of a self-destruct. Some chasing onto Eileen, but he'll get out safely. We're looking towards double support ultimates for the Guangzhou Charge now, and Kareem should feel pretty safe because he knows there's no EMP on the other side to cancel it.
Yeah, and there's nearly that sound barrier online as well to keep him extra protected. The Coalescence will open. So they just charge forward. Choi Se-Wan diving into the back. It's on top of Phenomenal. Prophet going to be dead. Creative is just stuck in no man's land right now. So they can even stagger him a little bit if they want, but they actually do him a bit of a mercy by taking him down that quickly. I mean, ults are starting to rack up on either side, and this becomes a bit more coin flippy. It's going to come down to who has the better ult economy, better ult usage here.
It's cheap though. for the Charge, just using a Coalescence is pretty much exactly what you want here. So who can get that cheap fight? Animo's low HP, surviving for now.
Yeah, rally rolling, and Amma to stay alive, but Mondu gets picked off of all people. That's going to be the sound barrier now gone. Fits in the meantime in the back, but a back cavity doesn't manage to translocate out. Not sure if they destroyed it beforehand, but it does get picked off. That being said, Rio falls, but obviously with the faster run backs, you would still very much favor the Charge in this position, because Fitz out of the fight means that he's not currently building up towards that EMP, which I believe is about to have.
It's still going forward, so off Fitz's back capping. They've now pushed the payload nearly towards the end. This huge pressure for the Charge, and EMP must come out immediately.
Prophet looking for a target to hack. Won't be able to find one, but says, okay, I'll just hold down left click instead, get an EMP online, has it, throws it. Krong using the self-destruct in advance to try to get back into this fight.
He missed.
Yeah, doesn't find anything. Sound barrier's there to keep him protected, but he can't get a damn thing with that EMP. So it's a big old whiff on the back end of that, but the cart's still not moving forward. The Guangzhou Charge still sitting here, 6 members strong, but as I say it, it's a bit of a cast occurs for Eileen because he does get dropped. Fitz comes out on top, but Choice A1 gets on top of Prophet, manages to take him out of the skies. Coalescence rolling from Kareem to keep the rest of the squad topped up and try to shove back the remaining 5 members of the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet now going to be swapping over onto McCree to try to rejoin into the fight. Says, nope, we got to think better of that, need to get back there quickly. Goes for the Tracer. Hack out onto Fitz. He says, that's fine, I'll just pull back. I'll just continue to farm as best as humanly possible.
Huge.
Currently, he's keeping his head above the water.
Rally.
He's beating Eileen in the Charge. Takes quite a bit of damage. Hack now out onto Krong. They all focus fire to the mech. Krong's going to be knocked out. Choice A1. He's got this pulse bomb, but he needs to make it a pretty damn big one if they want to turn this around. Krong now eliminated. Rio falling low. Needs to get topped up. Needs to basically run back into the spawn room at this point because the burst healing is not going to be there. It's not going to be enough. And no one can touch as Fitz finishes things off with the final EMP. The kills come through, and it's 1 minute and 19 seconds remaining for the Seoul Dynasty.
And you can see the window closing very rapidly as soon as Animo gets off this huge rally at a turning point in the fight as well, in the skirmish. Everybody gets armored up. There's a full 6 alive there for Seoul as well. By the way, Creator put a nano onto Fitz as Fitz was low HP, so it was a, I guess, safety nano to make sure he's still alive. And off the back of that, he gets a lot of ult charge, and that's how they secure the EMP at the end of the fight to make it happen.
Oh. Fitz used that like the very second that he got this EMP online. Just perfect timing, and everybody wasn't really ready for it.
And one thing as well, by the way, you have to remember the Lucio Moira comp. That composition specifically likes to stack up really hard together. So that should give Fitz a lot of good EMP opportunities. Sosombra is a great counter pick versus what Charge are actually playing here, because more than likely you're going to get maybe 3 minimum, 4 plus EMPs. You got 5 there, including a cancel on the Coalescence. Super high value. And 1 minute and 19 on the clock. There's 2 ways you can really slice this one. One is you could say that honestly Charge did a reasonable job despite, you know, not successfully defending this one. They bled that timer down from, I believe, 4:30 on the C offense to the 1:19. That's pretty impressive. That's more than 3 minutes. On the other hand as well, it's like Seoul, well, we expected the cap, but I don't know if we're super happy with this time. It's a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, it's not too difficult to beat, depending on how the initial start of this goes, I suppose. So we'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can make it happen. Took them a while on Volskaya to get that point A locked down, and you can see they're really taking their time figuring out what they want to play. But of course they land on choice they want playing Genji. Why was there ever a question about it to begin with?
Like sword again, and you have nano boost to boot.
Marvel's
going to go down here.
I mean, he needs to get the hell off this high ground, I would think. They continue to dive in, and somehow he has been sustained for a lot longer than I would have anticipated, but does finally fall. But they do trade it out for Rio, so we'll be main tank for main tank, so just divas remaining on either side. Choice A1, hacked, 7 HP, and Prophet is there, has the finish. It's now just looking to farm off of Krong, who is so very low at the moment. We'll get steadily topped back up.
Nano's
It'll be
available.
okay. Rio rejoins, as does Marvel.
It's going to be a sub 1 minute nano here as well. Should go into Rio pretty much straight away. I know Fitz has the defensive Sombra advantage, but he's, what, 15% ahead of Eileen here. So as the nano comes on in, Fitz can just EMP pretty much straight away and completely stop this offense.
Time with it. Rio drop it down. Off the high ground as he does fall low. Nano now going to be invested. He goes leaping into the back. He's looking for a good enough target. He's trying to get on top of the support. The Prophet is here. Bubble comes up to deny the fan the hammer damage, but he's got to exit, pick up the pack. In the meantime, though, Marvel and Fitz will get eliminated, as does Creative. So point broken open now. It seems like, yeah, this whole Dynasty just going to have to try to hightail it out of here, hold on to as many players as they possibly can, and get ready to contest in the choke.
That really is quite weird as well, because Fitz did get the EMP off, hits Eileen at choice of one, but they don't get the kills. Eileen, I think, even dropped down to 1 HP, but they didn't clean him. Notably, Rio was not hacked. Here comes EMP from Eileen now, which might be a little bit costly. To be fair, they pretty much won that fight anyway. This is going to force extra ultimates out of the charge.
Nobody's dead.
They are going to get a cleanup.
All right, they finally find Prophet. So, I mean, I thought for a second that was going to work out because Marvel and Inama both survived even after getting anti-nated. But with the kill of the 2U and Prophet falling, they have to pull back. So, 4 minutes, 15 seconds now in the time bank here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. If they can have a fast streets phase, then this is definitely a beatable time bank, for them. They can absolutely best a minute and 19. Anamo again getting clipped by Bionade.
That's just, I think, Seoul Dynasty trying to put up a little bit of token resistance there, test the waters against Charge, see if they can force out extra ultimates. EMP is going to be a big one they can force. Charge right now waiting for card positioning and the Nanoblade. Once this Nanoblade is available, they got to go in. Animo's big job here is to prevent the damage with the sound barrier.
Shatters use solo onto Rio. The pin's going to be good. Get rid of the enemy Winston. Bionade is out on the 2. Choose they want now. Slicing and dicing. Manages to find both DPS to start things off. Turns back over towards the cart. Won't find too many other targets, but that is going to be good enough to break open this defense and continue pushing.
And you saw, by the way, that Eileen had the translocator, so they dive in and kill the translocator. That's how Fitz dies. Prophet and Marvel don't get caught by the sound barrier, so unfortunately, Prophet goes down as well. Ends up being not enough members alive from the Seoul Dynasty and no DPS to back up that defense. They have one big opportunity now. The window has to drop.
Stun onto Rio, still quite healthy as Marvel will fall. Hack was onto him as well as the Bionade. They get the kill. Self-destruct from 2U does manage to find Kariv. Deadeye is just trying to buy a little bit of space, but the D-Matrix will go ahead and nom that up so Krong doesn't get popped out. Now going to be hacked, but not under too much threat. No real damage going through onto him, and also still has that rally armor, but Fitz, he does it again! He finds 5 members! The kills still need to come through, but you can see the damage is registering because they wanted Eileen both going to fall. Now Rio, gone. A huge EMP yet again from the side of Fitz as we get the edge off the side. The El Clasico of Diva ultimates here on King's Row, but unfortunately for Krong, it doesn't lead to too much. Kariv takes the opportunity to get rid of Prophet, but 2U will just go ahead and smash Krong into the pavement with his remake.
A little bit of a weird play coming through as well. You see Prophet just chasing down Rio, and I was thinking there maybe Prophet should be with his team to actually make this play over towards the objective. Ends up they win both skirmishes. Prophet gets his 1v1, and Fitz will have that massive EMP as well, which ends up being a successful B defense. Time is now going to start becoming a bit of an issue for the Charge. So good opportunities though. EMP's available. Nano's 40% away, which is not ideal. Maybe just EMP plus a blade that could be good enough. Animo has caught up. He will have a sound barrier in time.
Griff trying to get that Nano. The blade is ready to go. EMP is out. Solo onto Marvel. The Mortality Field immediately comes out. Sound barrier going to be a little bit too late though to try to save Prophet's life. The rest of the members
they got a blade here.
Getting shielded up. And yeah, now the blade is ready to go. Immortality Field still going to be on cooldown. No sound barrier shields. Choice One says this is the moment. The Nano Boost goes through onto the Genji. Manages to find one and the mech. The rest of the team just hightailing it back over towards the spawn. So with that blade, they get given the cap on point B. It's 2 minutes and 52 seconds now in the time bank for the Guangzhou Charge to try to finish this map.
So the problem there was, despite Animo having the sound barrier, you can't counter both the EMP and the blade. You got to choose which one you want to go towards. And there was a bit of overreaction there as well. It was a solo EMP hit from Eileen onto Marvel that didn't require sound barrier, and because it was gone, Choice of One had the Nano Blade to finish the fight.
See a bit of confusion here. Oh my God, Fitz gets another 5-man. Absolutely incredible. He went back, he watched the tape from yesterday. He was like, how do I play Sombra like Lip? And he is just absolutely excelling at the moment. Krong will get the remake, but is instantly greeted by a pin from Marvel. They de-suit him. He'll have to jump off the side, and that's going to be the effective team wipe. Absolutely massive plays from Fitz at the moment.
Achilles, this is ironically nothing like Lip, because Lip is the king of 0-man EMPs, and Fitz is hitting consistent 4 to 5 man. This is like the opposite of Lip. Lip will get them fast. You saw previously when Prophet was playing Echo and he duplicated onto a Sombra. That's Lip's normal gameplay. That's how fast Lip gets a standard EMP. It's just that they're always 0-man EMPs or 1-man EMPs. So Eileen's got that part going for him. Unfortunately, Eileen's not getting very quick EMPs despite not hitting much at all. Blade will be available. Nano Blade's been the one big win condition that Guangzhou Charge have successfully had multiple times. Animo will not have a sound barrier this time, but with Rio down, I don't think he can go. No, they're still
going to be committing this. Immortality Field does get cleaned up. He dashes through for 2 kills, slices for a third. And I mean, even with Rio dead, Kariv says, no, you got this. Choice One says, or maybe Choice One says, give me the juice. He gets Nano boosted up. I mean, it's going to be with less time, but that is a major break open now. As they round the final corner, less time currently in the time bank. Dynasty at least need to play this to try to, you know, take him down to 0 seconds. Take this.
They don't have a big
OT.
win condition. They need the EMP to hit big, and Eileen hasn't had some big EMP so far. Anima will have sound barrier now as well. If the EMP doesn't land properly, they can't cap.
Okay, he managed to find 2. It's going to be 2U and Marvel. Former Butch being knocked out of the max. Sound barrier comes in to keep the other alive. Marvel still in the fight. Now has a shatter, and they are just barreling down against the Guangzhou Charge. 3 kills instantly in reply for only 2U.
That looked like a maybe 5-man shatter there. Then I realized Marvel didn't even use the ult. It was
He didn't use
Profit.
it.
He got like a 5-man flashbang there. That was what all the stuns were on the HUD. I was losing my mind. I was like, Marvel, have you just dropped the fattest shatter I've seen all weekend? And he'll save it. He might get another opportunity. So Eileen drops an EMP. And this is part of my issue with them, you know, pulling the nanoblade so early. And we saw this yesterday, by the way, versus Fusion, where, yeah, they're going to get these brilliant fights with the nanoblade, but it's not the pivotal one that gets the payload across the line. So how do you win now? Because you don't quite have that. We're back on Krong's Graviton Surge. He saved it since Volskaya, and we'll see if he uses it now.
He didn't get the hack. That could have been big. That would have been a dive in onto the Diva. They don't manage to make it happen. They do push forward. They touch the cart, but Eileen's going to get picked off to you. Finding the kill, Fitz in position, throws it out. It might not be a 5-man, but I don't think it really matters. Gets the kill onto Mandu with the help of that self-destruct. Immortality field will be the only casualty so far on the side of the Seoul Dynasty, but Choi Se-won is nano boosted up. He's trying to farm. He's trying to get this blade. Marvel is going to be taken out of the fight, but as is Krong. Now they don't have that Zarya. They don't have these bubbles to try to keep their members protected. Blade comes through as the Diva dives. He dives in, but no one is on the cart. No one touches the cart. While all this is going on, the fight got dragged so far away from it that the Guangzhou Charge, the Choi Se-won, he gets caught up in the people right in front of him. He's like a bull. He sees red. He goes charging in, but they don't play the objective.
And I said at the start of this map, so you're telling me we're going to a map 5.
Yep.
As Guangzhou Charge still have not won in King's Row so far this season, and the Seoul Dynasty have not lost to King's
They've
Row
not lost it.
so far this entire season. I do have to question, though, if the payload was contested properly. See, there's some disappointment on the faces of Charge, understandably. I think maybe Rio, you saw Rio's bubble was right there. I'm not too sure what happened to Rio. Did he die? Did he jump off? But
I'm going to watch it back, I think.
Yeah,
I got to rewind this one.
It's pretty rough because I think Choi's blade would have been pretty big. And it's not Choi's job, by the way, to touch the payload. He's there to get the kills. You can't have this blading Genji trying to contest the payload. It's just unfortunate. So Charge, it's going to end up being a 5-mapper here, and they'll be disappointed by that result.
Yeah, they certainly will be. They'll be even more disappointed if Dynasty can come back in and, you know, win on control, take this away from them, pull off this reverse sweep. They are on, you know, the crest of pulling this off. We'll see if they can get it done. I don't even recall what the map is, honestly. So we'll find out when we come back from the break. But don't go anywhere, guys, because it just continues to heat up in here. Nepal. Okay. We've got Nepal coming up. Map 5, reverse sweep potential for the Seoul Dynasty. Or can the Guangzhou Charge just shut them down right here, right now, get another win on the board of the season? We're going to find out in just a few. So don't go anywhere.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
We are back, and bless me, we have a 5-map series on our hands. No 3 Overwatch today. Get that nonsense out of here. We're not doing in ZP. We get the long series, right? That's how it's supposed to work.
We got that done yesterday. You know, we got all the 3-0s out of the way. Even though one of the 3-0s is technically 4 maps, but you know, we get them out of the way, and now we're into the 5-mapper. And we had an interesting discussion just off screen for a little bit, where it could be 6 maps. Could have been if that went to a draw scenario, because even if, and then maybe this is a bit of copium here, but if Charge actually didn't see 9 and they capped out because they had no time to time make anyway, they would have just been playing for a draw. So, you know, maybe they do draw, maybe they don't, maybe it's still a 2-2, but if they do draw, we would have been perhaps looking at a map 6.
Yeah. We watched the tape back during the break, and unfortunately, just Rio playing off of the cart was diving in for profit alongside Choi Se-Wan. And in that moment, you have to have your Winston on the card. He's got to be the one. He's the most, you know, he's the beefiest boy. You got to make sure that he's there to try to keep that thing contested. But unfortunate, it happens to everybody, as it turns out. But you don't want that to be the thing that allowed for the Dynasty to be able to reverse sweep you. So Guangzhou Charge, they're going back to control. They looked very good at the end of Oasis. Control Center, or City Center, was just not even really that close. So maybe with Nepal, they can find that groove again and can stop this reverse sweep from happening.
It's going to be important, and every single team who's 2-0 up, you have to start considering what goes through their minds, which is probably like, surely there's no way we get reverse swept. We can't. Like, we're 2-0 up here. But you're staring at the precipice now, where Seoul Dynasty have looked very good in the last 2 maps, and as I said, even if Guangzhou were able to get on the payload, I don't know that they would have been in a winning position anyway. Here we go. It's going to be Brawl versus Brawl. Rio found a lot of success on Oasis on Winston. He's not going to be playing that just yet.
It's going to be the old Ryan v. Ryan up front. Profit, of course, is going to be on the May. Be interested to see, you know, Profit go for the Sim, Fitz go for the Doomfist, and you have that kind of mirror matchup coming through, but not to be, at least for now. Putting punch and Choi Se-Wan, not going to be able to find too much. Immortality Field, trying to keep Rio alive, but they break it down. They manage to find the kill. Being around the sides. Marvel holds the corner, and I mean, he's just so far ahead as far as that Volcharge is concerned. But as I say that, Choi Se-Wan, he opens things up, gets a kill on to Pitts. Now Marvel, now creative, and Choi Se-Wan is single-handedly, single-fistedly breaking this back from the brink. This is going to be such a fast split. Only 14% of the board right now as they start getting the cap to come through, and just like that, it slips through their fingers. Choi Se-Wan puts his foot down and says, nope, this is mine.
And this is why he's the most highlighted player on the team. He just pulls out these fights where they're losing. They lose Rio. It's 5v6, and Choi Se-Wan will pull it back with 3 easy picks. And this is the advantage of the Doomfist. They will lose in certain parts of the neutral where Profit can put up a wall, isolate Rio. But if Choi can get a pick, especially on the Fitz, that's what turns it back around.
Potential for the shatter. Pin not going to connect. Rio getting chipped away at, has to pull back off the point. He's still so very low. Marvel will get the kill, but Qualm finds 2. Pistols down Profit, and the self-destruct finds Fitz. It's an absolute bloodbath here on the point, but Eileen is still going to be situated. He still has these turrets up. Shatter comes in, sound barriers out onto the 3 remaining members of the side of the Dynasty. Marvel goes in for the charge. Manages to take down Eileen before falling to Mondu. But it's still going to be the charge in control at the end of the day.
They were so desperate from Seoul as well. You see them play so many extra ultimates to try and rescue the fight. Notably, Fitz died. I mean, the big difference there was that Eileen had his ult down, and Fitz couldn't quite get it. Choi's still dead, though, and this is where Seoul Dynasty are thinking, we have the 6v5, we have the photon barrier, let's go.
Yep, Profit into the ice block, throws up the wall just to keep them pushed off of it. They almost get the flip to come through, but they manage to touch it for just a second. Get the 64% as the Dynasty do regain control, and Fitz takes out Eileen. Rio down to half HP, but here comes Choi Se-Wan. Mortality Field to try to keep him alive. He's taking so much damage. Pushes back around the corner, but Namo takes him down mid-punch. Now Marvel going in deep, is backed up, has that Immortality Field to keep him in the fight. Mondu is trying to survive, and I think he might just be able to make it out with his life intact.
That was massive from Fitz. I mean, killing his counterpart in Eileen is not just put him a hit in the ult charge race, but actually, you know, the difference in damage between a Symmetra that's there pumping up damage and one that's dead is massive. The only way Charge can turn that around reliably is Choi must get a counter frag, again, ideally onto somebody like Fitz. That's always going to be his primary target. Beyond that, I mean, you need Korea to be there with the window. He'll have that now. It's been blocked out by the wall.
I think Marvel will be grateful for that ice wall to come up because he just got instantly ripped down to about half HP. TP around the back. He's going to drop the Shadow Bits and go straight into the shield of Rio. Just gets that one raised up. Self-destruct over the top. Not going to be able to find anything. Charge utilizing the teleporters to get themselves back out of line of sight of the explosion. So one grabbing the mini pack. Does have this Meteor Strike available, but there's not really much to couple it with. Nothing to keep the enemy team clumped together. So may just have to use it as an exit.
Yeah, and the Blizzard is going to be really hard to play into, so exiting after he maybe forced the Blizzard out is going to be ideal. Running out of time though, it's 90%, and there's so many ultimates available. Double support ultimates online for Seoul, and Seoul can just pull the trigger anytime they want.
Drop down, punches out, manages to hit to you. Not going to be the target that he's looking for. Sound barrier now going to be in response, and Rio is the first one to fall. Mondo just cannot keep him alive. Prophet just looking to freeze everybody that he possibly can as the Blizzard does expire. Vince with the turret will take out Mondu. Self-destruct from Kwong, D-Mex to you, but now Prophet just manages to get the freeze in onto Choice A1, get the finish. Kwong going to be D-Mex. There's nothing to mitigate this damage, and it's just Rio at the end of the day left alive, desperately trying to get back to the point. They cannot make it happen. A nice little block on the shatter at the end for Marvel. It will be the Seoul Dynasty picking up the first round win on Nepal.
That's match point secured now for sure. Seoul Dynasty on their road to a reverse sweep. They require one more sub-map here. Going over towards Shrine, which opens up Winston gameplay again. I think Rio will be happy for that, as well the rest of Charge, to go towards a composition where they find a lot more success. And in that Brawl v Brawl mirror, to be fair with you, they did do a lot with Choi's Doomfist, but once things start quietening down and we have some big resets and it's not just chaotic, Seoul Dynasty have the more stable composition with the Mei for the engaged and the defensive plays as well, especially with Blizzard as we approach the 99%. And if Choi can't just hard carry his team 1v11, it's just not working. And unfortunately, Charge, they're not going to win here 1v11.
Well, Eileen's going back over to the Sombra, Fitz Prophet, so I suppose. Avoiding that for the moment. Just be the Sombra Reaper. See how they fare this time around. Prophet just takes the plot of Rio getting shredded. Falls low, will steadily get top back up. They look for the hack, and they manage to get yet onto an ammo. Dive in, though. It's going to be Fitz, the first one getting picked off. See if there's going to be stability here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, or if they will just crumble. It looks like it's going to be the latter option, though, as Mondo presses forward, finds creative. Marvel gets broken down. Now no shields to play around to you. It's going to be D-Mex to finish off, and the Guangzhou Charge will get the first lockdown to the point here on Shrine.
And that's much better from the Charge. You're starting to see now Charge finding the same success they got onto Oasis, especially City Center, playing a little bit quicker. And that's the thing, right? Charge have been this team that have been so slow, inactive, as I've described them. But this Lucia Moira requires you to be very fast, mega high tempo, and they get the 6v5s. Something Charge have been doing a lot. They get Fitz down after hacking Animo, and then they start converting. Rio, as long as he doesn't die and gets on the back line to the supports, that's when Rio's really outputting a lot. And now the Coalescence is online. Seoul have nothing to work with.
TP up top, so on. Dropping down now, they're looking to collapse in on the Marvel. Decide to kite back, some damage comes in from the flank. Charge as well. We're going to play Ring Around the Rosie with them just a little bit. The Coalescence opened up here from Karim. It's not out momentarily there onto Rio, but overall it's going to be fine. Still holds on to the primal range. He's going to dive into the back line. Look to disrupt these supports. Fitz with the dead eye. He's not going to be able to find too much of anything. Pan the hammer coming through, but Rio still perseveres, stays alive. Finds that final smack to finish off Fitz. Gio will hound him down. Gets rid of him in the end, but Gio himself, he needs to exit safely. Just barely manages to do so.
4-man EMP, by the way, found by Eileen before he goes down, and that really puts the fear into Seoul Dynasty. You see they back out, full respect being given. Rio finding kills as well. When Rio gets back, they can play this. But Seoul have so many ultimates to play with, they just sound barrier straight away.
How does that happen? Sound barrier's out, and then Prophet dies as a Reaper. I guess it didn't have the rate block. Shadow not going to be dropped in, doesn't find too much of anything at all. I don't think it hit a single person. And that's now an ammo gone to you out of the fight. And it's one fight territory here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, who need to reset right now.
Yeah, that can't happen. You cannot have Prophet dying in that sort of fashion. It's strange, by the way, that Prophet's been the one dying a lot in these first deaths. I'm not saying he's done it every single time, but more than a few times now across both this map. I know Oasis has been Prophet going first. Now with just a self-destruct, we see if 2 can really turn the tide at 0 to 99, if nothing else, and Grieve will have the Coalescence.
Forced out OT. First A1, TP's up above, drops down, gets stunned instantly, and he loses the Death Blossom. A huge collapse, but no one is on the point yet again. Oh dear.
To be fair, Marvel was charging there. You can see that Marvel had the pin on the Krong on the actual point, but it was like a split second off. That I think is maybe unlucky, less so than a C9. I think
mean, either way, that is a heartbreaker because that is your chance to finally get the flip coming through. But it ends up being 100-0, extending us now into a final round of Nepal to settle this Dynasty. Do they pull off this reverse sweep, or do the Guangzhou Charge stop them just before the finish line?
Yeah, we're going to go to the maximum distance here, so no matter what, this is going to be a good match in terms of length, in terms of the back and forwardness, in terms of the fact that it could still be a reverse sweep with a denial of such. So it's going to be Genji time. Eileen picks up the Doomfist. He's got the gauntlet now. It's still Lucio Moira, but it will be a slightly different look on the DPS line.
Just a lot of spam coming down the hall at the moment. Both teams just playing footsies, posturing around, trying to figure out what the other team is going to do. But there goes the opener. Eileen diving in. Double dive here. Genji Doomfist, but Krong caught off, finished off. Mandu eliminated as well. And that should be the Dynasty snatching up this point.
That's how important that first opening wall coming through for Profit as well. You can see Eileen wants to counter engage. Not going to happen. Choi might get cleaned up here as well if he's unlucky. So this is Seoul Dynasty really moving forward. And Seoul have been kind of struggling in some of these opening fights, but not this one. They've completely locked out the charge. You can't even get through this opening choke.
Yeah. It's a decent enough start, but there's so much damage on the side of the Guangzhou Charge that you don't really want to count them out. If Eileen, Josewan can find a good opening, and they could, pretty much single-handedly be able to take down the enemy team. Combine both of them together. Very dangerous prospect to be dealing with. Eileen jumping over to the side, grabs up that Mega Pack, goes back in for the punch. Hits 2U, and they almost get that D-Mech, and Profit goes sailing off the side into the pit. D-Mech will come through. The Charge have a really big opportunity to try to take this. And Matrix is going to be used as they pull back. Creative trying to offer up some damage for his teammates to try to keep them in this fight, but it's just not going to happen. Marvel and Anamo crumble, Fitz dies on the back end. The flip will come through. Only 49% established here for the Dynasty. And look at the Guangzhou Charge's ult economy, Avril.
Yeah, that's because they get two neutral kills there for pretty much no response. Mandu has a boop up the edge for Profit. 2U doesn't get saved by the Immortality Field, still gets D-Mech there. So, I mean, once you start converting that into a little bit more damage onto Marvel, especially, oh my god, what? 4-man shatter!
How do you just go for that? The sound barrier from Manu is still going to be good. Krong will lose out on the back, and Fitz is going to be struck down, so maybe, despite how flashy it was, it doesn't matter in the end. Coalescence finishes off Marvel, and Creative now will die. Krong just goes off the side of the map to get the fast reset. Obviously wants to hold on to that 80% charge that he has, but man, I mean, the confidence shown there from Marvel, just turned the corner, dropped the hammer, but now he's going to be swapping over onto the Orisa.
It's so important that Mandu didn't get caught there, because if Mandu's caught, that's completely different. It's 5-man shatter, that's a fight winner for sure, but Mandu will have the sound barrier, saves the team, saves the opportunity for the Guangzhou Charge. Now as we equalize, should be 49-49, sound barrier from Animo, and this is where Seoul want to go.
He uses it, and Eileen is going to be the first one to get dropped. Freeze comes in, Rio now going to be gone. The Blizzard is still held here from Profit. We'd love to hold that for an extended defensive fight, upcoming. It seems like he'll be able to do so as Krong gets pushed out of the mech. He's getting ready to go down into the pit, but Fitz will get him with a nice little headshot at the end. Little minor extension coming through on the percentage will get them to 66. Dynasty are back in control, and it won't take too long for them to gain the lead.
And don't get too baited by this Blade as well, because this time there's no nano, there's not a lot of support, he's not going to get a bubble. This team composition is not well suited to supporting his Blade at all. So Choi is going to have to find his timing very specifically. He's got to be opportunistic. Rio's already on half HP as well.
Yeah, puts a decent little wall to try to stop him up a little bit longer. And Mandu taken out. 2U finds the kill. It's going to be just a further delay unless they decide to commit into it. And yeah, they're actually going to go for it. Immortality Kill's going to be thrown down. The Blizzard to zone them back. Self-destruct is good. Finds Rio frozen in place. Krong is going to be D-Max, and now no tank line available for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Eileen, however, manages to find Profit. Takes out Anamo. Creative will get rid of the enemy Doomfist, and now we're at 90% here for the Seoul Dynasty. Still going to be 2 members left to respawn. Anamo can obviously get there rather quickly, and Profit swaps to the Tracer.
Has to be a cold rush here. Kareem goes large, and that's the only way that Charge can really win this one. Doomfist will have the ultimate as well, so Eileen can get a lot of impact. You see how that Blizzard just completely shuts down Choi Sik-Wan. Blade will not be a factor.
Yeah, nor will the Deadeye. D-Matrix from Crawl keeps himself safe. Bomb going to be thrown out over towards the McCree. Will just find the Immortality Field, but Choice One is there for the alley-oop. He gets rid of Creative. Crawl's however going to be gone. Mandu eliminated. Eileen out of the fight. Fitz is going to fall. Kareem is desperately trying to stay alive right now. It's just he, 1 DPS in a tank against the world. Rio falling low, pops the Primal Rage to try to stay alive, but Prophet is hounding down this Genji, and Rio cannot touch back in. The Seoul Dynasty, they pull it off 2-1 on Nepal to reverse sweep the Guangzhou Charge.
It's relief for the Seoul Dynasty and heartbreak for the Charge here as well. This was their game. They had a 2-0 lead after 2 brilliant maps, especially Oasis that looked so good for the Charge, but Seoul, indomitable. They woke up at the right moment. Volskaya was the big turnaround moment. Their Prophet comes up large. They start shutting down Rio, and this is where the Seoul Dynasty will be able to complete a reverse sweep. Not without a lot of struggle, though. You got to look back at the fact that there was the C9 that happened for Charge over on Kings Row, and we'll say that even with the cap, maybe it wouldn't have helped Charge that much, but you never know. You look at the fact that even on Nepal, they lose around there. It goes the full distance into a 1-1. But Charge, they live by the blade and they die by the blade. Unfortunately, they put their stocks into the Choice of One Genji, which has carried them the entire way. But as I said, on Sanctum, with minimal support for a Genji blade, with Prophet specifically holding a Blizzard just to counter Choice of One, you're not going to get the value out of the blade that you once thought you could. And honestly, this is quite revisionist and kind of hindsight 2020. But if you're Charged, you look back at the moment, you look about the comp, and you might say, possibly we should have just played, something more like a Sim plus Doom, or we go back to something else that's not a Genji. Maybe even play a Tracer. Try and play up to what Prophet's doing, because possibly the Genji ended up being, the bait that doomed the Charge a little bit.
Well, I mean, it was a wild series. I don't think anybody really anticipated, this kind of result coming into today. I mean, maybe someone would be, favoring the Seoul Dynasty and expecting them to get the win, but not in a reverse sweep, not in a 3-2, certainly. So, to anybody who had that in your pick'ems, good job. I applaud you. But let's go ahead and take a look at our player of the match. It is, he's just racking them up casually all the time. Every single time we see the Dynasty get a win, it's going to be Prophet as our player of the match yet again. And, I was really feeling Fitz for a long time, especially that Kings Row performance with him in the Sombra, but Prophet was the one who kind of just came online in Volskaya and really got the ball rolling for the Dynasty in this series.
When they needed it, when they needed to start carrying again, when they needed a good performance, you look across the 6 and you got to say the one player that stepped up more than the rest ended up being Prophet. Very reliable player. I think the one most reliable player. Fitz, he, like you said, had a reasonable display on the Sombra. A bit quiet, actually, on the McCree and the Ash, which is not something we're used to. I think when we had Seoul Dynasty games that we looked at in the previous tournament, like in June Joust, Fitz started to really come through. I call him probably one of the most underrated players in the league because his hit scan started becoming really good there. We saw, by the way, how that pulse bomb ended up being double kills. So yeah, it was Eileen, I think, flying it over. So Prophet, he on the Echo as well. You figure that Prophet also showed a little bit of Echo on Kings Row. On basically all his picks, ended up doing a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean, he was just building up for those EMPs. I don't need the, obviously I'm not going to hold this EMP and try to get like the most, the most grandiose one, the most people hacks. It's like, if I get, 2 people with this duplicate, it's fine, and maybe I can even farm up another one. So he was just throwing those out everywhere that he could. The 7 pulse bombs attached, 8 pulse bomb kills total. Thank you, I'll say thank you, Eileen, for that 2-for-1 special to give him that nice little imbalance between the two. But yeah, I mean, it's another really good series from Prophet. Slow start from everybody on the side of the Seoul Dynasty, but Prophet continues to be that guy who, when he shows up, the rest of the team kind of rallies around him. So, it's like if he was the Avatar, it would be a very short story because it would just be when the world needed him most, he was there.
Do you want a fun fact? The record for how many MVPs a single player holds so far this season in terms of individual MVPs after a matchup is actually Prophet at 5.
Yeah, there you go.
So Prophet's received 5 Player of the Match awards. Over the second tied is like, you have like 5 or 6 players on 3. So you got Alarm, Birdring, Dante, Kai, Leave, and Shy all on 3 MVPs, and Prophet is now on 5.
Oh, there you go. A very strong lead for him here to just kind of be the overall player of the match at the end of the season. And yeah, as long as they're not playing against the Shanghai Dragons, seems like Profit's going to be able to have a good time and rack up some MVP awards. But guys, that's going to do it for this series. We'll still be breaking down the action a little bit with our game break in just a few, so don't go anywhere. And then we'll look forward to get into our second series.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for our game break presented by Pringles. We'll try to give some hot takes, or at least some mild ones, I suppose. But yeah, if you're just joining us, maybe you're a Fusion fan, you just woke up, you missed a pretty wild series in our first one there. Reverse sweep pulled off by the Seoul Dynasty, 3-2 victory over the Guangzhou Charge. So yeah, good stuff. Go back and watch it later.
I want to say as well, by the way, I wonder how many Seoul fans were so disappointed after the first 2-0, the first two maps. They're like, I'm turning this off. I'm not going to see the rest of this. I cannot stand to see my team getting 0-3 by the Guangzhou Charge. I want to say it right now, if you're a Seoul fan and you stayed up until now and you watched the entire 5-map slog, congratulations to you. You're the real one. You're the real Seoul fan because you believed in the reverse sweep, even when things were looking dire. So well done to you. Give yourself a pat on the back there.
Yeah, masochistic sons of guns, you know? Good job. You stuck through
The
it.
real
thick
Seoul
and thin.
fans.
You managed to suffer through it. But, I mean, yeah, it looked good. I'd say that I think most Seoul fans, you know, would at least watch half of Volskaya, and that would have been enough to give them the inspiration and the confidence to keep watching. And then, you know, from there, they would have seen the victory blossom. But, yeah, it was a wild series. We have an even wilder one coming up. So let's talk about this a little bit. You know, we have Fusion versus Shanghai Dragons. We don't really want to curse this, but I'm going to ask you this. Do you have a bold take about this series, or did you have another one in mind?
Fusion or Shanghai?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be that bold. I think to make a bold take for this would be saying that Fusion probably win. I think Shanghai looks so good that they should be the heavy favorites here. My actual bold take was going to be that I think by the end of the season, Prophet is going to still be the player with the most individual MVP awards presented to him for matches played. I think that's my
you know, I would probably go right alongside you in saying that is very likely. You know, like I said, Fitz very deserving as well in this series, but Prophet was the one who got the ball rolling.
Fitz has 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he could have. I think there was definitely an argument to be made for him to net himself a third one. But I'm trying to, honestly, I didn't really put any forethought into this. And I think Fusion are going to get slapped in this series, I guess. That's not much of a bold take.
That's a cold take.
But I think a lot of people kind of, I think that there's a lot of people who think that, you know, Fusion are going to be more competitive than Seoul were in this series. And I think
so the Fusion fans is who you describe.
I think a certain degree that is going to be the case, but I think that for the most part, Dynasty or the Dragons should be able to dismantle them in this set. If I want to make it bold, then I could just invert that, I guess, and say like, oh, Fusion's going to take this series. Let's just do that. I'll just do that. I'm gonna flip flop. I'm gonna pull an old Johnny Reinforce and flip flop my opinion real quick. Fusion are going to win this series versus the Dragons. There's my bold take. But let's go ahead. Let's not waste any more time. I was rambling on about random takes and Pringles and series of, you know, long since past. Let's go ahead and get ready for the set. We're going to have one more break, and when we come back, we will be diving into the action for the Philly Fusion versus the Shanghai Dragons. We've been anticipating it. I know you guys have been as well, so don't go anywhere. Back in a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles. Stay in the game.
안녕하세요. 저는 상하이 드래곤즈에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤이라고 합니다. 서브탱크 역을 맡고 있는 보이드라고 합니다. 저희가 이번 6월 준저스트 토너먼트에서 우승했는데 개인적으로는 3년 만에 우승을 한 거라서 정말 기분은 좋았어요.
사용을 했었고 복제도 지금 잘 들어갔었기 때문에 네, 바로 복제 훌려버렸고
이러면 상당히 좋은 거 아니에요?
잘 받았어요. 네.
잡을 수 있나요? 와, 한빈!
와! 끝났어요!
여기서 결국 최종적으로 상하이 드래곤즈를 우승을 만들어줍니다.
저희 팀원들이 다른 팀의 선수들보다 다 한 수 위인 것 같습니다.
지난달은 행복하진 않았죠. 제가 리그에 있을 동안 가장 안 좋았던 성적으로 마무리했던 것 같아요.
이거 겐지 와 나눠서 와 불러라
이거는 터뜨렸습니다. 밟지 못했습니다. 알라마도 불러요.
저를 잡습니다.
예상했던 경기력을 훨씬 더 상회하는
끝나요. 끝납니다.
지금 이겨도 이긴 것 같지가 않죠.
많이 너무 우울했었고 자존심도 많이 깎인 그랬던 것 같아요.
고발해가지고 졌잖아요. 성적이 안 나왔던 게 밴픽에서 좀 적응을 못한 것도 좀 있었고
영밴 핑계를 대는 거는 살짝 추하지 않나. 영폭이라는 게 온오프 버튼이 아니라서 팀업부터 기본적으로 올리고 와야 될 것 같아요. 이상하게 6명이 뭉치면 더 약해지는 팀.
이거 웃기네. 이렇게 상하이는 이미 같은 팀을 오래 해서 완성된 상태고 우리는 아직 덜 완성된 상태였는데 이 정도다? 지금 우리가 완성되면 어마어마한 거죠.
그쪽은 입선수부터 챙겨야 될 것 같은데요. 이번 휴가 때 입선수 놔두고 다들 놀러 가실 건데 리비 그때 심심하다고 빅말 하던데?
제가 따로 말해도 돼요?
사람들이 만우 형이 이적하고 많이 행복해지겠다라는 소리를 많이 하셨는데 그것도 아주 잠시였던 것 같아요. 뭔 행복해로요?
재밌네. 인정.
필라델피아 퓨전은 서로 아예 안 맞는 N극과 X극이 서로 만난 듯한 그런 플레이를 서로 보여줘가지고 상대팀이랑 경쟁하는 게 아니라 자기 팀들끼리 경쟁하는 것 같아요.
데스매치 프로 하시면 될 것 같아요.
저희 팀 걱정은 저희가 알아서 할 테니 그쪽 팀 걱정이나 하시길 바랍니다. 확실히 메인탱이 바뀌었다 보니까 작년에 비해 원숭이 조합이 막 그렇게 세지 않다? 아무래도 페이트님보다는 피어리스님이 더 잘하지 않나?
뭐라 해야 되지?
저번에도 뭐 입 털다 당해놓고 또 입을 털라 하시네.
멘탈이 강한 것 같아요.
So thank you for supporting us.
안 돼.
사실 이제 모든 사람들이 말하기를 도발 필패라고 하는데 저는 그냥 입 털겠습니다. 라스칼 선수가 이제 챔프 폭이 물론 넓긴 넓은데 이제 얼럭키 플레타 정도?
반대로 말한 것 같은데? 플레타 선수가 커리어가 더 좋아야 되는데 제가 더 커리어 좋지 않아요. 표 선수도 합류하고 슈퍼이브 선수도 합류했기 때문에 길러진 이상 안 꿀린다고 생각해요.
Good motivation, good feelings.
카르페는 후반에 사람들이 좋아할 만한 플레이들을 많이 해서 지금까지 그걸로 인지도를 쌓아가고 있는 것 같아요. 이제 근데 사람들도 다 알지 않나? 카르페 못하는 거? 거품이 다 빠지고 있죠, 지금도.
그거는 제가 경기하면은 알 수 있을 것 같아요. 진짜 그런지 아닌지.
이게 웃긴 게 작년에 뭐 상황이 별거 없었거든요.
저희 4승했을 때 그쪽 팀은 몇 승 하셨죠?
약자들 사이에서 왕노를 한 거죠. 약팀들만 상대로 점수를 다 따는 거라.
두 번 다 토너먼트도 못 가셨는데 가시고 나서 이제 얘기를 하는 게 어떤가 팁 좀 드리면 피지컬 조금 올리시고 이제 팀원들끼리 소통 조금만 더 하시면 올라올 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그게 어렵나? 근데 필라델피아 지금 몇 점이죠?
저희 6점인데요. 끝까지 가면 누가 이기나 한번 보자고요. 그냥 계속 그렇게 노력해야 될 거예요. 언제 훅 갈지 몰라요.
해당 스코어
3대2? 아무래도 보시는 팬분들이 토큰도 많이 가져가시고 이제 보는 재미도 있어야 되니까 그리고 지는 팀 입장에서 3대2가 더 화나거든요.
3위 누군지는 얘기하지 않겠습니다. 그냥 여기
도발할 게 뭐 3대 0밖에 없어서
저희가 현피로는 이제 퓨전 질 수도 있지만 솔직히 뭐 게임하는데 근육이 필요 있겠습니까? 있어봐야 뭐 근육통 오고 게임으로는 뭐 질 자신은 없긴 하죠. 뭐 아무 짓을 해도 그냥 저희 점수 자판기나 해주세요. 여기까지만. 너무 깝친 것 같아요.
Alrighty, and we are back. It's time to jump into our final series of the night and of the weekend. This time it's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the Shanghai Dragons. This, hopefully, is going to be a titanic clash of two teams. We were hoping for that yesterday with our El Clasico. That one fell flat. The Shanghai Dragons just looked way too good. The question is, can the Fusion stand up to them? Can they get a win? Can they make this a close series?
And honestly, if I like what I see here, maybe this can be the New York Clasico instead, because Philly right now look like maybe the next best team, with Seoul kind of floundering. Yeah, they beat Charge, but a 3-2 isn't comfortable, and there were some major issues there that need to be resolved, and then on top of that, the 0-3 they had versus Shanghai. So if Philly have a great game here, this could be a very good matchup.
Yeah, it absolutely could. If you guys, haven't locked in your pickups for this one, sorry, I think the deadline is already closed on that, but make sure you get them for the future matches. Going to the link there down at the bottom of your screen. It probably is. Yeah, it should be. If it's not, this one's definitely should be. So, if you can nail this one, big points to profit from. So we'll see who is going to be able to do that. Like I said, big ups to you if you managed to get the 3-2 correct on the last set as well. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take a closer little look at our squads, at our players, and see who's really been impactful for either side.
So, Alarm versus Izuyaki. These are two of the best flex supports in the entire league. And I said yesterday after seeing Alarm again that, to me, he is the #1 flex support. And I know you responded with like Twilight, and there's other players out there as well. I'm sure the fans will say Fielder and this person and that person. But for me, based on my own personal stat line of what I consider to be extremely good, is nutty plays per second. NPS is the measurement here, and if we look at only that measurement, Alarm is at the top.
We have to get that added to the player of the match stat cards at the end. Just
hey,
the
Matt,
NPS.
We'll get Matt Mercer to check that for me. And Matt, if you could just give me a stat line on NPS, please.
Hey, IBM, can you teach Watson how to track NPS? That would be pretty neat. But on the other side of the Dragons, there's not going to be any shocks here. Like the Fusion, they are the ones that will, be more willing to kind of change up that DPS lineup with, Rascal, EQO, and Carpe all kind of rotating around. Still have yet to see Shockwave. They could be holding him. They could just be waiting. I think he still has a few more days in quarantine. Could be incorrect about that. But, we haven't seen him yet. But he is in Korea. He is practicing with the squad, and I anticipate that we are going to be seeing him in the future. Maybe he's, one of the players that come in, they show him off in Hawaii to try to get a victory. I don't know. All I know is we're going to be starting here on Lijiang Tower and seeing, if Lijiang can repeat the performance that we saw from him a while back, where he absolutely rolled people, because we are going to be starting things here on Gardens.
He will be up against Funny Astro as well, so this is Lijiang Tower, but you have Funny Astro, who is, like you said, a boot god. He's also a Lucio god, so this is going to be a crazy good matchup. There's so many good players on both squads here, lining up on Lijiang Tower, and yes, I've confirmed this is the double points pick'ems matchup, so you're going to get a lot of points here if you have chosen correctly. So we'll see how far we go. Lip is back on the Sombra, and that's where things really get deadly.
I just saw that stat there. Shanghai Dragons have not lost a control map to the Fusion since 2018, and I remember a very different look for the Dragons in 2018, so that should tell you something about the consistency since then. But that being said, looking like the point could be locked down first and foremost here by the Fusion, as Void is the first one to fall. It's a good DMEC break on him. Fleta and Lip just trying to build up for their ultimates. For the time being, EQO is passing Lip. Just going to be hot on his heels. Mono leaping over to the side. Is pushing Lip back, saw that the Sombra was weak. Decided to pursue forward despite the fact that he was low HP, but the lockdown is there for the Fusion. So now ticking up at about 10%. Fleta trying to get this barrage online. Finding an angle is going to be rather difficult. See what he can get done.
You see how slow it is to get Alarm's Coalescence up, by the way. That's with the Moira nerf, with Hot Much sleeping and hacked. This could be bad news. Alarm's low as well.
Oh. Lip surging past EQO now, almost has the EMP. The EMP barrage could just be coming through. Barrage now going to be dropped in. That is going to be 4 members hacked, but Alarm still alive, keeping everybody topped up with the Coalescence. Fleta has to pull back for a moment as he does fall low. Void now going to be demeched. Nano Boost is out onto Fleta as he looks for some targets, but everybody's playing back, playing rather safely. Hopluck going to be slept. The sound barriers out for Funny Astro to try to keep everybody alive. Now the responding EMP from EQO is absolutely massive. Finds 5 members. Mono going to be dropped, then Lip gets traded out. Void does manage to remech, but the point is no closer to being clipped right now for the Shanghai Dragons. It's at 50%. As a res will be used by Lijiang, putting Lip back into the fight. Yep, nice little concussive blast sends alarm off the side of the map. Let him try to open things, gets both supports. It's a rocket now onto Funny Astro, but there's still work to be done. They still need to get rid of Hotba. They will manage to break him down, but EQO finds fate. I want to say that this should be the time now for the Shanghai Dragons, but they still have yet to get this to flip into their favor. They're now onto the point. It's ticking up, but the recontest comes through, and the respawns are going to be there. EMP from Lip managed to find 2. Mono has almost negative HP right now, but he is still alive. Funny Astro takes down Lip. The Death Blossom comes out from Rascal, finds Void. Barrage from Fleta finds 2. He gets taken out now by the Death Blossom as a res is used onto Lip. Self-destruct here on the point from Hoppa clears some space for them. Fate now going to be rolling in, and it's 90% on the board. This fight has been going on for so very long with Shanghai.
It has.
Despite how good it's been looking for them at times, they haven't managed to make it happen. Now it's another EMP from EQO. Manages to find 4. They farm Izayaki. They farm Void. They get rid of Fate. The self-destruct is going to be used, but it's not going to find much of anything. Just EQO taken out. The Coalescence keeps everybody else topped up, and this is looking like a Fusion win.
And it's been just one fight the entire way. I mean, there's still going to be some contests here. Fate maybe gets back on the ball in time with these mines. They got the only ultimates available. There's no more ultimates for either team. Rascal looking for the Death Blossom. Maybe it's still doable for Shanghai. The kills are coming very slowly now.
If they can make this happen, it'd be absolutely insane. The fight continues on the OT. Still being held. Fleta dead. Funny Astro finds him off screen. Lip now for the moment going to be hacked. EQO falling low. Rascal, he gets antied. He gets blown up. Everybody focus fires him as he tries to go in for the Death Blossom.
EMP's coming.
But doesn't find much of anything. EMP is nearly online. He's 11% away as Fleta respawns. He's not going to be swapping. He still wants to play with the Pharah. Avoid is going to be DMAC by
Cancel
Self-Destruct. The Baby Diva now is going to be finished off. The anti is out onto Alarm. He's trying to stay alive. He's holding down the right click. He's going to fade away. Izayaki doesn't manage to get the kill. He's now going to be topped up. Mono. Funny Astro going to die. Hotba D-sued, and it seems like the Shanghai Dragons very well may just make this happen. Flooding gets a finishing blow here onto the Baby Diva. They just need to clear the point. With that final rocket in onto Rascal's feet, they have made it happen, and good God, what a fight. The Shanghai Dragons managed to persevere. That being said, 99% and a hell of a long way to go if they want to close out this round.
Take a breather there, Achilles. That was a good run for you there, and a good run for the Fusion side as well. That really reminds me of that time when Gladiators and Fusions, Gladiators nearly had the point and Fusion just rescued it. They could still rescue it now. 100% really there for them as Coalescence rings out. EQO now to EMP as well. Lips pretty much lapped him at this stage.
4-man EMP, Lip getting hacked. He needs to get the EMP online, trying to counter. Barrage out from Fleta does manage to find Funny Astro. The counter EMP is going to be absolutely massive. They find 4, but can they get the follow-up damage? Fleta gets dropped, and they've already used the res on Void. So now it's really just Lip and the tank lineup to try to keep things going. The Flip is getting ready to come back through in the Fusion's favor. They now have the point, but Alarm dies on the back end. As Funny Astro is still coming back over to the point. Now Mono taken out as he pushes forward. D-Mech is here onto Void. He does not have a self-destruct. Funny Astro gets picked off yet again. Death Blossom used. Rascal gets finished off. Izayaki finds that killing blow. Flip back into their favor yet again. 40% ticking upward.
And this is where Lip is well and truly ahead of EQO. His ult time average is 56 seconds currently, so he's below 1 minute for a single EMP with 3.5 EMP efficiency. So no more limp EMPs for the zeros. He's getting at least 3.5 per fight. EQO off the edge. But Izayaki, how does that even happen? It just sleeps him off. I've never seen that.
Was he like translocating forward and still coming towards the ledge? Was he trying to just jump across a gap? I don't know. Hopefully we'll see it in a replay, but Fleta is just raining down from above right now. He's absolutely pounding the members of the Fusion as they try to advance over towards the point. He would love to get rid of Funny Astro yet again. Had that direct hit just for a second. Took him down about half HP. In the meantime, EQO, as he's off trying to farm for the EMP, he gets picked.
That's twice in a row now. I think Fate might have been gone towards the spawn, just spawn camps EQO. This is time being lost massively for the Fusion side. Lip's been sitting on this EMP for so long. He's scouting. It's going to be decent catches 4.
Yeah, that's 4. Funny Astro was one of them, and he was just shy of having that sound barrier online. Had he not gotten caught, he might have been able to pop it, but now the barrage comes in from the side. Fleta finding 2. Ends up killing himself off with help from the bubble from Mono. But is that going to be good enough here for the Shanghai Dragons? One still dead. Funny Astro respawn. Sound barrier is online. There's definitely a world of confusion can make this happen. But it's going to be swapping over onto the Reaper. Lip is going to be taken out as Rascal rejoins with the Tracer. It's the headshot. Boom, coming through. Sends Izayaki on the side of the map. The EMP finds Lijiang. He has melted down. Void going to be hacked as well. Now Fate getting one naturally from EQO. Keeps that wrecking ball locked in place. I don't think the Dragons can come back from this one this time around. The Fusion have 6 members strong on the point. They have a primal rage. that tags in for just a moment, but somebody's going to be there again, and they just cannot do it. The recall took him too far away in one of the closest rounds that I have ever seen of Control. It's 199%, but Fusion taken.
That was one of the longest controls we've ever seen as well because of how much overtime was actually in it. That includes the overtime that we saw from the Shanghai Dragons trying to maintain presence at the 0 to 99 mark. And then 99% again for the Shanghai Dragons before the flip goes over back to Fusion. So a wild Lijiang Tao that we've had so far. And if that's any indication of the series we're going to get tonight between these two teams, this is going to be the real banger of a match that we've been waiting for so long.
Alrighty, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling jazzed up. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I hope the audience is feeling it as well. We're gonna go second round now. TP forward from Lip. Does he stick through? No, it's not gonna be the symmetric. EQO, however, will be holding on to it. Lip goes for the Ash. Flooded is going for the Soldier. Void is almost team-mech'd off the bat. Fortunately for the Dragon's sake, they do manage to keep him alive.
They have a lamp advantage here as well. Alarm's already burned. The Immortality Field. EQO's down. That's huge. Lijiang finds it.
Yeah, Lijiang, EQO, he pushed way too far forward, got too close to the sun. It's eliminated. You have to respect Lijiang. He will strike you down. Headshot now there, set up easily. They had to fortify on Fate to stop Mono in his tracks. They get the kill. This is going to be the Shanghai Dragons nabbing up the point first and foremost. Fleta now going to be swapping off the Soldier onto the main.
You can see the patience being shown there by the Shanghai Dragons as well. They know they're going to be slower towards the point. EQO starts in the sim, which means instant teleport over towards the camp.
Oh, no.
And another kill to EQO. This has not been a good showing from EQO so far. Not in the sim. That's really unfortunate. So 15% and counting.
Well.
Shanghai have got mostly a spawn camp going.
Do they keep him alive? Fate actually manages to stay alive. The counter wall coming up is absolutely huge from Fleta, and Fate manages to escape. I thought he was absolutely going to get punished there after taking out EQO, but really good recovery from Shanghai working together to bail out their main tank. And Matrix now used, well, blocking off Lip for the time being, but he'll wrap around that. Trade out on the main tanks as Fate and Mono both do fall, but Izayaki is going to be another casualty here. Suddenly Fusion have the man advantage. Bob will be added just to try to cause a little bit of extra chaos. The sound barrier is going to be used by both squads. Dynamite out, Lip trying to get in on top of Alarm. Needs to line up that headshot, but no, the Dynamite damage is going to be good enough. Managed to find the kill. Void self-destruct doesn't lead to much of anything. Oh, actually does get Hot Butt desuited. With that follow-up, they will find Funny Astro. Fate frozen for the time being, but it seems like it's not going to matter in the long run. The Shanghai Dragons will be able to hold out on this point.
Lip is just taking 1v1s with whoever he wants, so Lijiang is even getting really active across the kill feed as well. That's multiple fights now going in the favor of the Shanghai Dragons. Just takes down Alarm solo as Lip, who's really blowing up the damage kills right now. He's on 16,000 damage per 10. At one point, he was as high as 19,000, so he's pumping up the dynamite damage. He's pumping up the headshots, and right now, you need to see Fusion pick up the pieces. 20% left to go. Shadow's nearly online, double tank ults.
Have to try to get this flip coming in soon. Playing the point here at the moment. Wall comes up. Fate!
EQO
the back finds EQO. Gets the elimination. Thought he was going to roll off the side of the point for just a second there, but does manage to stabilize. Now he's looking for Alarm. Tries to get the boot, but Alarm just leaps right up over top of him, making him keep himself in the fight. Pile driver comes down. Mega Pack going to be snatched up. But finds Mono, but Rascal finds Fleta. Fate rolls in, finally gets his target of Alarm. Still, he's going to be at half HP and nearly has a minefield to create some more space here on the point. The Fusion has been there for, the flip has been there for the Fusion as they move up over 20%. And yeah, the Shanghai Dragons, they say, you know what, it's fine, let's not use anything else, let's just get reset.
You have a really weird comp now for the Philadelphia Fusion, where Alarm's gone over towards the Ana. EQO is now on a Trace, which he changed to try and contest in time successfully as well. He got a couple of kills here, so now EQO is really showing up. We still have the Shadow on board. If it wasn't for the fact that Shadow's still here, Mano could actually go over towards the ball, or maybe over towards the Winston. Lip's looking over towards the Bob. Shadow lands on 2, saved by the Immortality Field.
Immortality Field does get finished off, but they can't capitalize on that stun. They cannot get a kill. Rascal burns the ice block. The Blizzard gets eaten. Hotpa, a huge move from him. Wall comes up as well, denies Bob access to the point, so he's not going to be contesting it. Counter wall now here from Flood as the sound barrier comes through. Maybe wanted to drop that wall to try to allow for the self-destruct to find a kill, but it doesn't matter because Void gets a remake kill here onto EQ as he tries to deny the Baby Diva access back in. Mono trying to stay alive, holds up the shield, but it's just so very low, he has to let it go. He kites back, he tries to stay alive, but look at the knockoff kills coming through. Funny Astro finds 1, but the Dragons find 2. The Coach Gun sends Rascal off the side of the map. Now Hotpa is eliminated, and the OT starts bleeding away. EQO goes out with the recall. Funny Astro tags back in, just tiptoeing as best as he possibly can. Lijiang on, trying to send him sailing off the side of the map, trying to just punch him to death. Lip will line up the shot, and the Dragons will go ahead, win this second round, and bring us to a third and final on Control Center.
Here we go. This is the Dragons you've been waiting for as well, because you see them win the opening fight. They have the early lead there as well. It's Fusion coming back from behind and a good turnaround as well. They made that very competitive, but the big difference here between what we saw on Night Market versus what we saw in Gardens is the fact that you have Void, who doesn't go down into the initial fight here. And this is all the, by the way, environmentals that we did see. So everyone's just going for these environmentals, alarms off the side. The coach got killed that you saw from Lip as well. Beautiful stuff. Void did go down in the opening neutral for Gardens, which is what gave Fusion the initial cap and the initial advantage, which pushed them to the 99-0. Let's see now how things are going to go for Dragons, because they look like they are not going to be playing Brawl on what is traditionally the Brawl submap of Lijiang Tower. They're going to be going dive with Fleta on Afara.
And Rascal's coming out with the Junkrat. Truly a
because they thought
major
it was going
change
to
of
be
pace. Yeah, Ryan Sigma as well, and this is, we're just getting into bizarre territory, but I am all about it. So far, even in just 2 rounds, this has been one of the most exciting series that we have had thus far. Rascal does get picked off right off the bat. Then finding that opening kill. Now we'll see. Just go ahead and build it for the EMP. Curious to see if Rascal sticks. No, doesn't make sense to. Let's go ahead and swap it up, but I think we're going to swap the whole comp.
Yeah, this is where I think if you're Fusion, you know, you can counter-comp a little bit. You need something that can play against Fleta in the skies. You need Alarm that can match Yuzaki and Anna there as well. And Rascal, at minimum, you know, to really contest the flanks. Tracer, Sombra, it's all going to be good. Ikura has been behind Lip for a fair while, and Lip here has a head start. He's already on 40.
Well, Lip got the health pack to try to take this fight versus EQO. Still getting collapsed upon, but the healing comes through. They do manage to top him up. Hack now out onto Fit as he lands on the high ground, but you can see the instant support coming through as Void charges up top, just offering up that defense matrix to try to keep him safe. Rascal's around the back slow. We'll just go ahead and pop that recall. Get focused forward back here onto the point itself. It's currently 35%.
Wow.
Rascal eliminated. Great Bionade from Izayaki. Bionade in response from Alarm is good. Finds both tanks, but they just can't capitalize. Fleta just gets straight in on top of Funny Astro's skull. Domes him with a rocket. And it's looking like he's going to do the same to Mono. Yep, right there in midair.
I didn't think that was going to be fire. I didn't think Fleta on the fire was going to be the answer to Fusion today, but it's working wonders so far. He's doing a ton of damage. Lip now has an EMP available. Funny Astro was hacked during that engagement as well, so no Lucio support found. And 60% encounter Fleta has been slept, but can they capitalize on that? Because I assume he's been guarded. He is okay for now. Where's Lip though? That's the biggest question.
Valkyrie out from Lijiang, just taken to the skies. Lip right here in the center of the point. He's waiting. EQO nearly does have this EMP. Sleep Dart in on the Mono as he goes in with a nano boost. That's absolutely huge. It's going to be a solo EMP. Managed to find Hoppa, but they back it up with a Bionade, and honestly, that is going to be value. Void gets to eat onto Rascals. Pulse Bomb. The Shanghai Dragons look like they are done. Looks like they have had enough of this nonsense. So you know what?
20%.
We made it close in the first 2. Let's go ahead and just close this out cleanly. Fusion, they need to dig deep. They need to do something off the back of this EMP if they want to flip this back into their favor and have a hope of winning this first map.
I don't think Fleta's died at all. He's been hacked out now, so maybe he finally will go down. The Nano saves him, so not quite. What kind of damage can we find there? His double supports down. Fusion can win this fight now.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Concussive Blast not going to find anything. He's trying to send the tanks off the side of the map. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Rascal will get Fleta out of the sky finally. And with Lip being the last one standing, the Fusion will take control at 99%.
Going to be a 100-0 here. Fusion definitely don't go down without a fight.
Just let it go.
When they're behind and when they're, you know, lacking in the tempo, well, when they're behind in the percentage point, most important, this is now going to be their version of a 0-99. We saw Shanghai Dragons attempt a 0-99 on Gardens. Unsuccessfully. Lucio Moira is going to be the look now for the Shanghai Dragons, something we haven't really seen them play a lot until they played against Dallas Field.
Lip looking for the hack, he's unable to find it. Translocate out, throws down another one. He's not too far off from being able to get right back on top of the enemy team, and he finds Alarm. Got that hack, finished him off. Makes it out safely, and now it's just 20% away from that next EMP. Sound Barrier now going to be used by Funny Astro. Don't really have much to try to counteract this EMP that is oncoming from Lip. Funny Astro going to be taken down. Void eats yet another Pulse Bomb from Rascal, who just cannot get it done. He gets the damage here in the neutral fights, but he just can't quite get these ults off. Now with Hoppa D-Mech, Shanghai Dragons, they burn the EMP. They look to get this flip, and they will have it. The Fusion now need to fight back. In OT, Funny Astro tries to touch. He extends it for a little bit longer, but the closeout is there. The Shanghai Dragons in a very tooth and nail fight. They managed to win Lijiang Tower 2-1.
I'm impressed by this matchup so far. I mean, this is so good
yeah.
in terms of what both teams are doing. I've been waiting for this match and looking over Seoul and Charge. Like, no offense to those two teams, that it was a bit of, you know, you compare that matchup to now Fusion versus Shanghai. Like, this is some top tier Overwatch we are currently seeing. Lip still finishes this map at Lijiang Tower with an average ult time of the EMP on 1 minute 09. So pretty much 1 minute per EMP. He was below that. He was below 1 minute on Gardens, by the way. He was like 56 seconds, 55 seconds, still above 3.0 in the ult efficiency. So 314 here. He's got his buy. Lip, I think, so far on the Sombra is really, once again, proving why he is definitely the best Sombra in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have the solo EMP just going out onto Hotba there, but the instant collapse comes in from the rest of the squad. They get the anti out onto him, make sure that they cannot keep the D.Va alive. They kill off Mono simultaneously. So even when he's only catching one person, they're still making the most of it. So it's a really good look here for Shanghai. But Fusion not going down without a fight. It was a really close, you know, first 2 rounds there. We'll see how they fare as we get ready to move into our next map type. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, guys. This has already started off well beyond my expectations, so I'm excited for it to evolve and just continue to heat up as time goes on. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Oh, let's break it. Yeah!
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League, and by IBM, the official cloud and AI partner of the Overwatch League.
He's going for it. When did Carpe get over there? He's a little bit more committed. Mono in turn. Oh, that's big. Mono finds the opportunity. Carpe, the finisher. Okay, Lip pulling a Carpe right now. We have the McCree on the flank. Look, Carpe gets him! He Carpe! Oh, and over the top, Lip onto Toby. This is fantastic for Lip. Powerful the situation, though. Carpe has the recon sight in over the top. Toby's down. Carpe, he's over more. No, he does! Gets another pick off. Looking, Mono, Carpe again! But here we go, the teleport is in. Fusion immediately going to retake. Window out, can be blocked by the ice bomb, but Rascal got caught on the wrong side. Lip now all charged up, ready to go. The Dragons just running it down, and Lip beaming all the way.
Alrighty, welcome back. Hot damn! We have one hell of a series on our hands already. Such a very close start on Lijiang Tower, but it's the Shanghai Dragons who do manage to come out on top, but barely so. Philadelphia Fusion are putting up one hell of a fight, Apple, and I, for one, am just excited to get back into the action.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed by Fusion so far. Both teams, really, but that first Gardens where Fusion held on for so long, had that 100-0 nearly clutched up, and then, you know, when Shanghai looked like they were coming back in, it was still Fusion at the end of the day winning that round. But the other two went the way of Shanghai, and especially that last one at Control Center looked a lot more dominant.
Yeah.
So as we head into Junkertown, we'll see how this continues. There's got to be more Sombra gameplay because looking across some of the Sombra stats from that last map as well to dive a little bit deeper, there's this kind of narrative that Lip somehow, he doesn't hit people with EMPs. He actually hit 22 people with EMPs in that last map total. So he caught 22 people total. So I can't remember how many EMPs total that is. But if you consider that his efficiency is 3.14, I mean, you do the math, so he's got a lot of EMPs, and he's actually hitting targets, and he had 39 final blows to only 4 deaths over the course of that single map.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Well, there hasn't been any swaps. We are just straight back in for map number 2 now. Rascal and QO is still going to be the DPS lineup here for the Fusion. Funny Astro's still in. No sign of Toby, no sign of Carpe. For now, Lip, of course, is going to be sticking with a Sombra that's been working so very well. So not too many changes. Really just going to be Izayaki moving over onto the Zenyatta.
So the stat there is, well, the last time they met was a May Melee, a 3-2-6 mapper. So an absolutely
I'm down for it.
Incredible game, and look, if we get that again, that's exactly what I think would entail the new El Clasico of the APAC region, depending on how long Fusion want to stay in this region. But here we go. Opening fight is going to force open the Immortality field from Fusion straight away.
I mean, it's an old-style bunker comp here with the May, just kind of trying to play up around the point, but Fleta finally manages to break it down. Mono now going to fall, and this Amp Matrix is not in for Alarm. Going to find little to no value here as Rascal is the last one left. He's trying to weave in and out of it, but says, no, just have to go off the side of the map. But we'll go ahead and save him a fraction of a second by finishing them all first. But the cart will go ahead and start moving now, finally, after a minute of skirmishing right outside the spawn doors.
You have to pay attention to the fact that Izayaki already has Transcendence ahead of EQO's EMP as well, so they're ready to go. They have the counters there, and there's not going to be a counter available for the Fusion when Lip drops his EMP, and you have to assume that if you're on the Fusion, you just have to assume that Lip's going to have EMP every single time. So, 2:30 remaining, Payload still moving, Funny Astro chunked down to 1.
A little bit scary there. EMP comes in, hits 3 instantly, Mono is gone. EQO replying, does manage to catch both supports, including Izayaki, who does have that Transcendence, who is mostly made up of shields, but they cannot capitalize and cannot get that kill. Sound Barrier now going to be used, Transcendence to match here by Izayaki. Trying to keep the team topped up as Hoppa falls low, pulls back around line of sight. Still so very dangerously low, has to just go ahead and back out. Pulse bomb from Fleta, not going to manage to get the stick. The pile driver not going to manage to connect. Self-destruct is out from Void, drops it down over the top, won't find much of anything, but the cart is continuing to press forward. It gets damn close, but now it's going to be stopped, so recontest comes through. Fate and Lijiang gone, both eliminated. Void demech, and this should be some stability, I would think, but Lip pulls the trigger on this EMP, manages to catch 4, kills off Rascal, but now Fleta is gone, and I don't know about that one. Lip getting a little bit too trigger happy, pops that one without anybody else around, and I think that Shanghai just need to reset.
Yeah, absolutely, and Fate's coming to this fight as well, but he realizes it's done for, he's got to go out. Well, the EMP gone, this is going to give EQO a huge window to work with. The Funny Astro breathes a sigh of relief as well as he's nearly on the sound barrier. Will definitely have one by the time the next EMP is available. 120 still on the clock, and it's not going to be a camp for the Shanghai Dragons. That Blizzard from Rascal stops up the payload, catches Lijiang, and gives Fusion the player advantage they needed to win the fight.
Really nicely done. It's good time buying now as it's down to a minute remaining here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. The Fusion pulling off a full hold would be absolutely astronomical for them. EMP out from EQO, manages to catch both of the tanks at the side of the Dragons, and Fate will fall. Void going to be kept alive. Shatter comes down, however, flips onto two, and Izayaki dies to the fire strike. Struck from Hoppa. Well, D-Mech Void, who heads for the hills, goes off the side. Shanghai, this is one fight territory.
Yeah, this is where, you know, I think for Fusion, they have the capability of full holding here that would give them the capability of winning this map. We'd be swiftly onto map number 3. It's victory within the sights. They have brilliant ultimates here, double support ultimates into Blizzard once again, and Blizzard is going to be a game changer. Void has eaten 2 pulse bombs from Rascal. Now he has to try and eat the Blizzard as well.
It'd be huge if he could do it. They absolutely need him to try to push them over the edge into point B, just so they can get to the next phase of this map. Alarm leaping his way out of this minefield, has to use the immortality field himself, but he manages to come down and find Pleta. Gets the kill, and Pleta gets nothing with his own pulse bomb.
Here comes Lip.
Time now ticking away. Lip with the EMP online. Needs to hit big. Sound barrier comes out in advance. Lip is hacked at the moment. Now the Blizzard will come through. They're looking to lock him down, but it's a solo Blizzard effectively trying to catch Lip. Now he comes back out of that, uses the EMP. Hits multiple members of the side of the Fusion, but Mono's going to take out Fate with a fire strike. Rally is currently rolling here for Lijiang. Natural hack out of the Void means that he cannot use the self-destruct, but he might not need it as the kills come in. The Shanghai Dragons persevering here in overtime will push this cart in. They get an extra 2.5 minutes.
Dude, Alarm and EQO nearly saved that for Fusion. You see Alarm nearly gets the kill to Lip after he gets hacked as well. He wins a 1v1 just a little bit earlier versus Flitter with the lamp coming on through in the immortality field, saving the day again. And Alarm has been doing so much on this map, and EQO, what a clutch manual hack of the Lip to really slow things down. It's not enough to give Fusion a full hold they were looking for. Fate's going to do a little bit of scouting ahead. They should know that EQO is either approaching an EMP or already has one. Izayaki's already burnt his Transcendence. There will be no defense against EQO.
Rascal now on the McCree. Fate's going to have to play a little bit more carefully. Can get chipped away at range and can also obviously get flashbanged in addition to that hack. Speaking of which, Fate is currently hacked. And EQO cannot farm him. I thought he was going to be able to get the kill, but he doesn't manage to make it happen. Immortality field is cleaned up as Flutter comes in with the beam. Helps Lip take out Alarm, and this cart is gonna start getting, start moving here. It's gonna be a lot of distance gained on the back of this fight. The Fusion, they need to stop this now.
EQO dead, Lip's caught up again, so this is where they reach parity. This is where Lip, I believe, is still 1 EMP ahead. And the Payload is moving forward at quite some pace. Now, Fusion have more ultimates here. They have the capability to win this fight. They need to land a big Shatter. EMP plus Shatter will give it to them. In fact, you might not even need the EMP. There's no shields to block the Shatter at all. So Mano, unless he gets hacked, should have a freebie here. Even a solo Shatter to someone like Fate is high value.
Pushing in, Shatter comes down, manages to find 3, and Lip is one of them. Yeah, Flood, okay, you cut Hotba's mech, but was it worth it? I think not. A huge Shatter from Mono to try to keep things going. Minefield out on the point's not really going to do too much. And yet again, we're going to find the Shanghai Dragons in one fight territory. And that EMP is still held by EQO.
That's what they needed, Lemmy. You need to see Mano land something like that. I was thinking a solo Shatter, maybe a double. Look at how mobile the composition Shanghai Dragons run is. That's why it's hard to land a big Shatter. But he finds 3 on a flank as well. Well, kind of like a flank. He drops down, catches 3. They don't expect Mano to be there. 30 seconds to go. Double EMPs available. Izayaki has some counter. Funny Astro does fine.
Izayaki, he needs to nail it. He got EMP the last time out when he had the Transcendence. Obviously didn't end up mattering. He did survive. Flashbang now in onto Fate. He's got to pop the shield just to go ahead and roll away. Fleta is going to be hacked.
10 seconds.
EMP comes out. EQO still has his own. He finds Izayaki, and the Deadeye is there. Rascal gets rid of him. Mono, however, does get dropped. Void dead. The self-destruct not find anything, and Fate with a sliver of HP will get stunned up. Pops the shield, but it's not going to last too long. He'll grab the Mega Pack.
Let's go, dude.
Shanghai Dragons, they're desperately trying to keep things moving here. Izayaki will be coming back in. He will have a Transcendence to try to extend this, but Fate gets melted. Fleta goes for the duplicate, and just to get the copy here onto the Diva, but needs to stay alive, needs to build up for that self-destruct, and he just cannot make it happen. They break him out. He'll get the remake, but then They'll lose the duplicate. Goes back into the Echo form, is immediately greeted with a hack from EQO. Funny Astro now going to be taken out. Rascal just sits here inside of the Immortality field, taking pot shots, trying to break them down. Flood falls, but so does Mono. And Lip almost has another EMP, now going to be online. Cardinals moving forward, they cannot play on it. They are all kept off the point.
I cannot believe what I just saw. Shanghai Dragons held on. Fusion should have won that fight. Lip comes through with a massive amount of final blows, and he's going to EMP again, and somehow, some way, Shanghai Dragons do not lose that fight in the OT with a respawn disadvantage because their distance to get back to the payload is so much further than Fusion's. But they get the kills required, and Lip is right at the spear front.
This is absolutely unbelievable. Fate rolls forward, gets the scout here onto EQO, and they finish him off. The D-Matrix from Hot Punch coming in a bit too late. Up there for the alley-oop. Off the flank, gets the kill. Now Fleta having swapped over onto the Hangzhou. He's just got rotating through every hero. He's just saying, hey, let me show you how deep my hero pool is. Shatter greets him around the corner, manages to fight Lijiang on and forward, but he can't kill Mono. He can't press far enough forward. This corridor does quite a bit of damage. EMP now comes out from Lip. They get the hack onto 3. Alarm, Hotba, and Mono all gone.
I gotta say right now, the expectation was to hold Shanghai at B, so all the distance Shanghai getting now is just a bonus. They shouldn't even be this far. The fact they're nearly capping is all in the favor of Shanghai. They don't even need to finish the map. This is already a lot of damage done.
That it is. EQO is hacked. He cannot use the EMP at the moment. Does have it ready to go. Self-destruct from Void. Sends it over towards the spawn. Towards an EQ.
He's dead. What?
You cannot allow that to happen if you're the Fusion. Now they have the play on the card. It's just 2 meters away from completion. Transcendence rolling. Fate going to be stunned there for just a moment from the flashbang, but overall is going to be just fine. Goes straight back into the fight.
They go Dragon Strike.
Rascal, they fall. The Dragon Strike will come crashing through. The EMP comes out from EQO, but it is far too late. It hits 4, but who cares? The damage is already done. EQO dying in that moment is catastrophic for the Fusion, and the Dragons then make it to the end of Junkertown.
I mean, the difference here is both teams had that moment happen to go back to B. Lip was killed after the EMP from EQO comes on through. Rascal had the Deadeye, which eliminated Lip and put that 5v6 into action, and that should not have been a cap coming through from the Shanghai Dragons. The fact that there's about 1:30 left, they get it in the OT, and then you have this slew of solo kills as we get the highlights from Izuyaki slapping face on A and showing how it's done in the OT, and that's a reminder as well, by the way, that just, you know, reinforces the point that I'm trying to make, which is the fact that the Dragons basically capped all 3 points in the overtime. Fusion possibly could have gone the full hold, possibly could have gotten the hold of the B as well, or at minimum prevented Dragons from completing the map. And I said, after capping B, everything after that was just a bonus, because the expectation was that Dragons don't cap B at all. That if they do cap B, they'll get stopped somewhere along C. Now that they've finished the map on OT, they've done far more than what they should have been allowed to do, and they did it all in OT the entire way.
Than we ever had anticipated. Oh, but they get it done. I mean, still, you know, a finish in overtime, obviously not the most impactful thing, given that this isn't hybrid, this is escort, so they will get time no matter what if the Fusion manage to make it to the end of the map. Rascal's going to be starting with a Widowmaker just to see if he can get a random shot off, giving them that much more of an edge. Go for a little boosty. Boosty shot doesn't connect, so we'll just go ahead and swap this up. Where does he want to go? It's going to be the transfer.
This is where Fusion are kind of making their bed, right? Because they didn't put Carpe into this lineup, which means they're going for compositions that do not involve snipers. Both EQ and Rascal not known for those. But it does go down early, and this is Shanghai defending as well, by the way. So 5v6, we'll see how much free space Fusion earn off this. It should not be Shanghai Dragons contesting at all until Lip is available.
Yeah, he's respawned. He's going to be sprinting back. If he really wants, can use the translocator to help close the distance even faster. But yeah, there's a lot of space being awarded here. Fate now will roll up and get the cart right after it makes it through the choke. Lip comes back in. Yeah, he gets hacked. They pile in onto him. Really good focus fire here from the Fusion, but Fleta gets a straight headshot in onto Rascal. Nice little shot there to alleviate a lot of this backline flank pressure. But is that going to be enough? Because right now the card is still advancing forward. And this is a very good pace at the moment for the Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, Lip's died twice now, so it's really up to Fleta, who's nearly onto a Dragon Strike. You have Izuyaki putting in some damage while trying to race Alarm. That's a counter hack. EQO now feeling that pain. They can't kill Fleta, though. He's got the Dragon Strike available.
Yeah, they keep him alive. He doesn't have much to try to keep everybody clustered together, but he's just going to go ahead and try to push them over towards the Shanghai Dragons by throwing the Dragon Strike in behind them. Hotba, however, presses forward, manages to find Lijiang. After he gets demeched, the Void returns the favor. Just get him a nice little smack on the nose, finishing off Hotba. And with a 3-for-1, and you take that just about every time. There's Alarm. There's a danger of falling here. Dive into the back. Void is trying to get the finish. A little bit of a bodyguard coming through from Funny Astro, but the kill is going to be there, and Void will find 2.
Yeah, Flitter's just nailing these shots of the Rascal. Body shots, headshots, he's got them all, and the defense continues. This is going to be major time lost now for Fusion. Both teams will have EMPs available. Here nearly got its caught again. Both these Sombras have been under heavy pressure. You know that if you are on either team right now, the comms are, get these Sombras out of here. Put the pressure on the Sombras. Hotba and Void, basically full-time trying to check them. That's a beautiful EMP.
Right into the back and Lip, but he's just going to find 3. All of them. He just gets it done. A little bit of an assist there on a Funny Astro. EQ will get the punish, and obviously there's the faster runbacks, but you still have to wait this out. It's a minute and a half remaining. He's going to be rejoining here pretty soon. Spletta just continues to take these shots. Say, come on, Rascal. I got one lined up for you.
Lijiang can pre-rally this as well, so Hero's going to land this EMP eventually. Lijiang can get the rally in, allow Izzyaki a bit of time to build up his Transcendence. It's going to be massive time loss. Big minefield. Might not get some kills, but we'll have a lot of disruption here.
Just trying to cut off the team, and yeah, that's going to force the rally out from Funny Astro. Just trying to farm as best he can. Storm arrows from that distance, not getting too many hits. QO is very safely trying to navigate this minefield. We'll just decide to play inside.
Here we go, his rally.
Spots Lip. The Dragon Strike now going to be flying through. Doesn't connect onto anybody yet. Come down here from Mono, trying to keep them off the card. Fleta, gone. Hotba pushing forward onto the high ground, manages to find the kill. The EMP is going to be good. Finds Lip, finds Lijiang gone, but Transcendence comes out from Izzyaki to try to keep his Brigida alive. Fleta now swapping over onto the Trace. The pile drive from Fate manages to find EQO. Hotba, the only one with an ult at the moment here over at the card, has the self-destruct available to try to buy some space, but he doesn't want to have to use it. Void is going to be popping his own. He charges in, gets that kill, will lose the mech. Uses the self-destruct just to be able to get back in. And Shanghai try to win the turnaround fight. Whip shot from Lijiang takes down Mono. Izzyaki just gets absolutely rolled. Alarm pushes in, gets the kill. EMP from Lip is not great. Only finds 1. It's Hotba, and the hack is already expired. With EQO cleaning them up, they will push in.
Yeah, you got Rascal there in the EMP as well, but also another play that we couldn't quite capitalize on. Fun fact, by the way, Lip has now died more times on this A defense than the entirety of his life on Lijiang Tower. So, I mean, that's just how the difference of, you know, how things have transpired here. There's been a lot more pressure on towards Lip. He's lost another EMP. For 1v1 happening here between Rascal and Fleta, but 2:14 remaining on the clock here. It's quite similar to what we saw from Shanghai Dragons offense in that Fusion have also now lost a lot of time, but they don't have the cap and OT. They have a little bit more to play with than that.
Fate going in just a little bit too deep. Doesn't receive the stick there from Rascal, finishing him off with a pulse bomb. Fleta actually got a shield bash for a moment, but they didn't manage to find the kill, but he will find one. His alarm gets struck down, so 1 for 1. Fate obviously that much faster. Rally's rolling. Funny Astro. Alarm is going to be respawning, coming back in with the Transcendence. Void gets finished off. Minefield from Fate will find EQO. Is that going to be enough to try to stop them here? Because Fate, he falls low, down below half HP, but he just rolls straight back through. Completely crushes Rascal, flattening him. Sun's coming through as they get the 1v1. Yeah, Trance is coming through, but they're already down 2 members, and Hotba is just going to get demeched as soon as that Trance healing expires. Shanghai Dragons, they actually managed to make it happen. I thought they were going to have to pull back because Fate was so damn low, but he goes back in, he finds value, and they take the fight.
No, they slowly started to turn that around. I mean, you see Funny Astro, he had the rally running, but far earlier. Lijiang saves his rally, pulls it out a little bit later. The armor slowly builds, gives him that advantage. And Izzyaki still holds on to Transcendence. I mean, he'll use it now. I think he was maybe caught or possibly a fair finger. I'm not too sure what that was, but he had the advantage anyway. Fleta getting another kill to Funny Astro. It's still a 6v5.
You still have to be concerned because this EMP is online. So Izzyaki using that Transcendence under questionable circumstances. Not sure what happened, obviously, but that could come back to bite them. That being said, there's still an amazing time buy here further side of the Shanghai Dragons. They're draining the clock down. They're saying, okay, you know what? If you're going to get to B, it's going to be an OT. Just like us, the EMP is so absolutely massive. Fate comes crashing through, takes down Alarm as he loses all of his shielding. He loses his life, as does Mono. The Shanghai Dragons Still 6-man strong push forward. They drop the minefield here on the staircase.
So this is a spawn
making sure
camp.
that the Fusion cannot advance forward. As you say, it is the spawn camp. Alarm tries to alleviate the pressure. He gets rid of one, but in this time, Izayaki has almost gotten another Transcendence online.
Flitter's on 5 HP, but he's still alive for now. He's got absolutely sicko mode. I mean, how often are we seeing Flitter getting these kills on the kill feed currently? Final opportunity for Fusion now. They have most of their ultimates online, including the EMP. They desperately need it. There's no defensive ultimate available for the Shanghai Dragons. Now is the moment for Fusion to get the payload across the line.
Mono being forced to run away there for a moment. Pile driver comes in, just going to get the hit onto Hanfa. Rally rolling from Funny Astro. Lijiang on, not quite there yet, but Izayaki does manage to get the Transcendence online. Flooded goes in, Pulse Bomb goes out, but doesn't manage to find a kill, and instantly EQO comes up with 2 in the back of his EMP. Pulse Bomb now out, that's going to be Void. Dean Mecton. It seems like finally the Fusion have managed to break through. It's only Lip left alive, and there's no way that he can 1v6 this card.
Well, I mean, we've seen somehow Lip and Dragons have won a fight here just before. We'll see if they actually go for this one or not. Lip was think about it. Izayaki still has a Transcendence, and they really want to contest. I mean, Lip's already here. He's going to get spotted. He's been stunned. He's dead. And it forces a Alarm trans for that.
Alarm actually pops it. Now Izayaki's going to be matching. They come back out onto the card. 2 members now, 3, however, gone. So this might have been a big overstep for Izayaki, not identifying that the fight was indeed over. Void's going to fall. This corridor out on the Lijiang on means he gets shredded. And they will get that extra minute and a half now in the time bank to the Fusion.
I got to agree with you 100% there. As soon as Alarm pops a trans, you're thinking, okay, this is a good opportunity for the Dragons. Just disengage. You have a Transcendence advantage now. You have an ultimate advantage. Alarm overstepped it, but because Izayaki does the same thing, it's neutralized. That complete advantage is gone. Now both players on equal footing. In fact, not really, because Alarm's 20% ahead. Lip will have the EMP, though, so this could still be free. It's about a minute left. Fusion have an opportunity, and EMP hits about 2. 3.
Yeah, it hits the tank line. Fleta pushes forward. He says, okay, that's an easy kill onto the Wrecking Ball. Manages to get that down, but they cannot de-suit Podba. This is a very good place if they can stagger him to make that happen. He's at 80% charge just about, and he hit the run a very long ways if he wanted to jump off the side of the map. So breaking him out here would be high value. Just don't manage to make that happen.
There is a massive problem here. The payload positioning is really bad for the Fusion. So even if they win a fight here, they have to push for so long. Roscoe's been taken out, stun combo into whip shot, and now EQO's in trouble as well.
Yep. So very low. He wants to grab that mega pack. Oh, but Fleta, he spotted the leg as he tried to go invisible. Fleta capitalizes. Huge pickups here as both DPS members inside the Fusion go down. Now Mono dead as soon as he gets that minefield online. Stick is there, but Transcendence is out for Alarm to keep himself topped up. Rally now going to be rolling as well as the Fusion desperately try to break through. Reminder, they have to go the distance. They have to finish this map just to push the extra innings. But Fate goes forward. He manages to find Alarm.
It's a solo
hack out onto Void. They managed to take him out of the mech. Minefield has been used by Fate. He's looking for some kills, but no one's really crashing into him right now, but it might not matter because Fleta is there. He's taking names. He gets rid of the Baby Diva. Mono is going to be gone, and it's only Alarm left standing at the end of the day. The hold will come through just after point B, and the Shanghai Dragons now move up 2-0 in the series. Match point is in their hands.
What an incredible map from both sides here. Multiple overtime fights from both teams. And I got to go back and zoom in on one critical fight again. How on earth is it possible for the Shanghai Dragons to cap B at the disadvantage they were at? There was like nobody alive, and Lips there, he gets like 2 to 3 kills as the rest of the team starts rolling in. A Fusion, they kind of flounder at the last moment there, and we look towards maybe the possibility of Fusion getting a cap in OT as well. 1:30 left, just like Shanghai had. Going to C. The biggest difference is Shanghai kept rolling through C with momentum. They were snowballing, got 2 solo picks, one onto, I believe it was EQO, and then another player as well. Might have been one of the supports. The point is, Fusion never got that on their attack, and they got stopped up at the entrance of C the entire time. And I mentioned, even if they do win a fight, the payload positioning is so poor, they would have to win subsequent fights in OT while pushing the payload to the end.
It's just nuts. I mean, these come from behind victories from Shanghai Dragons. You know, they can't keep getting away with it. Time and time again, fighting back from the brink, they managed to make it happen. Now they're just one map away from 3-0ing the Philadelphia Fusion. That doesn't tell the full story. This has been extremely close between these two squads. But Fusion, we'll see. We already had one reverse sweep today. Avril, can it happen again? Can lightning strike twice in the same spot? I sure as hell hope it can. I hope we can get at least on map 5. I don't care who wins. We'll find out if they can make that happen. If they can get that ball rolling when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
face. Double, triple, translocating, looking for me.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles. Stay in the game. And by NetApp, the official data management partner of the Overwatch League.
And we are back, and we are maybe at the end of the road here, Avril. 2-0 lead currently for the Shanghai Dragons. They have been just absolutely incredible, but they still need to close out one more if they want to 3-0 the Philadelphia Fusion, who have been putting up one hell of a fight to try to get a map win. It just hasn't happened yet.
I mean, I personally have this predicted as a 3-1. I have that in my pick'ems. It's double points, so I'm hoping I get the double points there. That means Fusion have to win this map. They got to get one somewhere. They're already back against the wall. Carpe coming in for Rascal now, so people asking, where's Carpe? Why is it Rascal Ikyo the entire time? Which, I did mention during Junkertown as well. It means you don't have this hard hit scan availability, even though Fusion weren't really running that, and I mean, Dragons weren't playing that either. Toby coming in for Funny Astro as well, which means possibly you're seeing a lot more Brig. Really impressed still with both teams and just how close the margins were. I mean, even revisiting that very clutch fight on B, the one that I said that Dragons probably shouldn't have won. That's where Iziaki dies to a Deadeye from from Rascal, I believe, and he lost his Transcendence. He actually respawns, comes back, uses the Transcendence, allows Lip in that exact same fight to get a second EMP. He used EMP at the start, gets a second EMP, and then gets like 3 final blows as well. So just has Shanghai Dragons surviving in with Flair using his duplicate as well to copy over towards a Diva. And Shanghai Dragons, they clutch up in a manner that is exactly what you want to see out of an elite tier team. That is why Shanghai Dragons are the best team currently in APAC and possibly the world.
Yeah, I mean, they're the winners of the June Joust, for at least now they will be holding that championship belt as the best. It's just whether or not somebody's going to be able to take it away from them. And just, you know, with some of the inconsistencies that we're seeing from other teams, you know, especially teams that have been top tier in the past, Shanghai has been one of the most I would say, actually, Shanghai has been like the most consistent top-tier team, other than perhaps Dallas this season. You know, you have teams that were underperforming that are now, you know, becoming more elite, such as Atlanta and whatnot, but then you have teams like the Shock and Washington that are starting to just fall off compared to where we have seen them, what we expect from them. But Shanghai has been steady at the top pretty much the entire time. Like, yeah, granted, they have the loss. You know, the 0-3 loss to the Chengdu Hunters, but that's never really impacted them overall in their season standings when it comes down to tournament play. But now we have to see how things go on Volskaya.
Yeah, Shanghai have lost 1 match in every single tournament cycle so far. It's looking like maybe now they're going towards a 4-0. And there's a bit of a meme around like 4-0 being cursed. We'll see if Shanghai Dragons can be a team that breaks that curse. We'll also see if Carpe's addition to this DPS lineup really improves the damage output as well, because in Junkertown, there was a 7.3k damage difference between the entirety of the 2 teams. Okay, Lip will make it on there. And a fair amount of that came through from the DPS, as Lip was 5k hit at EQO, and Flitter was 2k hit at Rascal.
You can tell there's spy.
So in fact, it's like entirely out of DPS actually, so 7k.
All right, well, Carpe, yeah, he just gets natural hacked here by Lip. Instantly, kill comes through. But zooming out of there, trying to stay safe, but for now, they just kind of have to concede this point. Over to the Shanghai Dragons, give up, you know, at least 2 ticks, and then get ready to reconverge. See if they can find the opening, but Mono's dead. Fleta gets on top of him, finds the kill, and that's just going to be it. Shanghai Dragons, they just storm out 1 single pick, Carpe gone, and it all falls apart.
Now you have nearly Pulse Bomb on Life and Flatter as well. Can they actually snowball through? I mean, it's realistically just got to be the 1 ultimate. Another hacker to Carpe. Should that be a kill? Yeah, it will be. And Lip survives as well. So a confirmation of a 6v5. And if Flatter can get a Pulse Bomb stick, that's going to be brutal.
Yeah, hi. I would like to report bullying, because Carpe is just getting shoved into a locker at every twist and turn. Every single time. Just hack and kill him. Shanghai Dragons, they are attacking the weaknesses of the Philadelphia Fusion as best they possibly can. Rather, attacking the strengths of the Fusion as best they can. They're turning them into weaknesses. Mono so very low, trying to stay alive. He will be okay for the time being. Carpe gets tagged up, backs off. But just like that, Shanghai Dragons say, okay, it's fine. Pull off the point for now. Let's get top back up. Let's get ready to re-aggress. The stick comes in from Fleta off the double point forward, finds Alarm. That's the nano boost out of the fight. Just Wood Orb is in onto Hanpa. We can shift that over to Mono. Perhaps EMP comes through. It will hack Fleta. Izayaki will die as well. But is that going to be enough? Because they turn right back around. They break Hanpa out of the mech. They finish off the Baby Demon. They get rid of Carpe. And now they're in onto the point. The self-destruct is rolling through. Toby is a recipient of the nano boost as they come back in, but the self-destruct finishes him off. And with almost 5 minutes left, Shanghai Dragons look like they should be able to cap this. Mono's going to die before he can get the Primal Rage online, and that is it. 4 minutes and 48. Unbelievable.
How is Flitter this good? And this is why. And look, I understand there's going to be some upset Fusion fans about this comment. I said there's just not an elite tier Tracer on Fusion. But I got to back it up now. Rascal got diffed by Flitter. I can confirm that with stats. Carpe is getting diffed by Flitter now. And Flitter might not even be the best Tracer on his team. That was incredible. That double blink stick onto Alarm, disgusting. The accuracy of that. He didn't die a single time. In fact, 4 members of the Shanghai Dragons did not die that entire offense. Only Fate died, and Izayaki died. And Izayaki, by the way, died with chance because he got called by EQO's EMP. And once again, this is another fight where EQO gets Izayaki down. No Transcendence in this fight, and Dragons win a 5v6 with Izayaki just slowly, as his Nyata, floats back towards the point. It's like, hey guys, do you need me? Oh, what's that? The point's already been capped.
unbelievable. This is just... I'm almost at a loss for words at how many times we've seen them do this in this series alone. Just bonkers stuff here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. And now, I mean, we have to see a monstrous attack from the Philly Fusion to even come close to this time bank. Is this just going to be left side teleport? Or do they want to run with this? I'm assuming it's just going to be left side TP.
I don't think you should.
Or maybe
this doesn't look like a good composition because, I mean, you need a lot of support for the sim. You need a brawl comp for the sim actually. This is such a weird composition for the Fusion if they actually want to stick on towards this. So Hyo is going to go back. Okay, so TP towards the left. He'll go over to Sombra probably again, and he'll just be in Viz and playing with the rest of the team. But they do need to wait for Hyo. The only problem with this is now you have good positioning on left side from attacker's POV. But you do have to wait for your teammates, and this is going to be like a 30-second to perhaps even a 1-minute rotation.
Fishing, trying to just get some damage in, build up for Transcendence, hope for a nice right-click kill onto somebody. It's been slow times here for the Sombras thus far. Both of them around 30%, about a minute into this. Fleta does get spotted, forces position. Go back up front to do things out with Carpe, who just kind of has to dip out of there. He's taking too much damage.
Well,
up on the high Izayaki. Okay, that's a huge opening now. EQO getting it done. Finds Izayaki, but can they capitalize? Or is this their curse? If they kill Izayaki first, they end up losing the fight. I guess we'll find out in just a moment. Void receives the Discord orb here from Alarms. It's going to be okay for the time being. The hack comes in on a Flutter, but EQO does get taken out. Carpe presses in with the help of Toby. We'll get rid of Void. D-Mech finishing off the Baby Diva. Lip still playing up close and personal, trying desperately to get this EMP online, but I don't know if it's going to happen soon enough. Carpe hacked, he's got plenty of protection now. Lip has the translocate away yet again. Shanghai Dragons, do they want to fight this, is my question.
They have 6.
Getting an answer.
They can. 2 ticks have not been found yet. The EMP's nearly online. A lot of ultimates are nearly online, actually, for both teams, and this is when things are going to get really frisky. Pulse Bomb misses, and now it's Lip and Fleta's turn.
Alarm cannot get caught by the EMP when Lips decides to use it. It goes out. Alarm is going to be safe. Toby and Hop are the only 2.
Izayaki, Trans.
Get hacked. Yep. Izayaki's got the Transcendence of his own. Carpe, however, still going to be taken down. Flutter doesn't find anything with a Pulse Bomb now. Hinges his eyes onto another target. Self-destruct comes in. Shield goes up. Lijiang keeps himself protected, and Lip will take out Mono. Rally now going to be rolling from Lijiang. Lip still with a sliver of HP off screen, trying to stay alive. Probably searching for a health pack, but it seems like he will slowly get topped up by Izayaki. Who will come back in, now find 2. He takes out both supports by himself just about. Toby and Alarm both falling, and that is going to have to be a hard reset here for the Fusion, who now have less than a minute and a half.
And now this is about to be the most obvious thing I could definitely say, but with this amount of time remaining for the Fusion, they can't match the time back of Shanghai Dragons anymore.
Oh, yeah, no.
Their focus now is going to have to be A, capping, and then getting the entire map done to just go to a time bank, hoping there's enough time that it's not just going to be a draw scenario, because otherwise it's still a 2-0. EQO must look for a perfect EMP here. There's no counter, no rally, no transcendence. It's gone. One thing the Fusion have successfully done time and time again consistently is getting a kill to Izayaki. They got to do that a little bit more.
EMP versus EMP, no transcendences available for either side. Lip moving up into the garage. Does he want to just pull the trigger on this and take out Alarm? This is going to be yes, but he doesn't get the catch. He actually only finds Toby, and that's going to cost him his life. Counter EMP now comes in for EQO, and Alarm will scoop up 2 as Fate and Fleta have fallen. Izayaki does get rid of Carpe, but this is a 3v5. Now, a 2v5 here over at the point. Void tries to stay in the fight, but just not going to be allowed to do so. We'll hold on to the self-destruct. He knows that this one is over. He'll concede the point, but they already are starting with a minute-and-a-half advantage.
I can't agree with the situation that the decision from Lip there to go for it, because if you're the Shanghai Dragons, you actually want to bleed the timer down. You want to milk that fight a little bit longer, force a Fusion to take their time to actually get into an engagement, and then EMP in the open. You want to EMP into a small room. What ends up happening is it becomes a solo EMP with Toby, where he just kills you anyway. So that was not great from Shanghai, but this is much better. Solo killed the Carpe with the hack as well, so a bit of assistance.
Yeah. Fate, however, discorded up. Toby manages to shred him down, gets that kill, but without Carpe, you can tell the Fusion, they're not really going to be feeling super comfortable to press all the way in here for the points. They're just going to be poking out. Alarm falling a little bit low in the back line. Lip trying to get that kill, can't quite make it happen. Just jump back, just try to continue to farm this gap. Self-destruct is going to be forced. Fusion, they know that they can't really afford to lose too
Oh
much
my
time.
God.
He does it again! He double dashes around the back, gets Toby with the stick, and now Carpe is gone. The Void's getting hacked here by just blinking to the left. Alarm's gonna get picked off, and that's just gonna be the fight done. Fusion, they gotta get the heck out of here. They gotta reset.
This is one of the worst possible situations for Fusion to be in because they were ready to go. They want to push into that fight. You can tell because Hopper resets the mech. If you're not going to go in, Hopper just respawns and just, go the long way around. The fact that he actually used the self-destruct to go back and mech straight away, because in the essence of time is something they're considering. They want to go in straight away when Hopper's ready, but if you then lose a player to Flitter, it's another 5v6. And on top of that, they don't get out cleanly, they get farmed by the rest of Dragons. More time is off the table now, Alarm's dead again, which means that's going to be another 10 seconds where you're waiting for Alarm. Mano dies, okay, wait another 10 seconds. Time is just slipping away from Fusion every single death.
Yeah, well, a little bit of an in from Fate. He tries to set up for the roll through, trying to maybe knock some people off. The pile driver gets interrupted. So he does die, but this is fine because he's fighting so far away from his spawn that he's going to be back in by the time the Fusion even get close to the point. Give up a little bit of that charge, but Alarm, the EMP comes into the back line, and Flutta is there for the alley-oop. They manage to get the kill. Toby is well hacked out. Now it's going to be discorded up. Carpe will send Fate straight back into the respawn room with a pulse bomb, but this doesn't get Fusion any closer to the point.
You can see that Fusion are trying to be very disciplined here, not use ultimates. They'll trade the pulse bomb for it, which is the cheapest ult they have. But if they overcommit ultimates there, that's what Shanghai want. They want Fusion to have less ults for the actual push. That's why they're getting so aggressive right now. Less than 1 minute remaining, and this is disastrous. Fusion have barely set foot on B.
Ooh. Flutta getting stunned up there, does manage to exit to safety. Rally now going to be rolling from Toby, and still not even walking forward in towards the point. Lijiang gets traded, but that's going to be Mono, losing his life for playing that far up without the rest of his squad. Carpe harassing over at the point. Flip falls low. Looking for the hack now. If he could have gotten it on EQ, it would have been absolutely massive, would have denied that EMP from being used here in the fight. Transcendence used by Alarm, trying to keep everybody alive. Hack now out on the Hotspot. He's trying to mitigate his damage, but he just cannot do it. Alarm is going to fall now. Toby taken out. No support with 10 seconds remaining. The Shanghai Dragons, it looks like they may have just done it. The push forward. Hotspot left out to dry. Pops the self-destruct. Flutta dipping around the corner, tries to go for it. That deny on the remake cannot make it happen, and Hoppa's got the touch, but Mono is going to be dead. The EMP comes through, it only finds Izayaki and EQ, and while he will be able to confirm that kill, he will lose his life for it, and there's nobody nearby. They move forward, they emote, they celebrate, because they say, you know what, we have done this, we've smashed the Fusion on Volskaya, denying them a cap, denying them a single tick on point B to close out the series.
Yeah, one-sided affair. That was very dominant coming through from the Dragons. You have like a 4-minute 40 time bank versus Fusion that unfortunately couldn't really even get on towards B. Multiple points there where they were just stuck in the courtyard. They didn't even get onto the point. Barely saw any sort of momentum there. And Shanghai Dragons have outclassed the Fusion on, I want to say specifically the last map there. But outside of that, Junkertown was fairly close. And honestly, they did get a sub-map on Lijiang Tower as well. So it starts very close. And then slowly and slowly and slowly, Shanghai Dragons edge them out further and further until we get to Volskaya, where it's a one-sided affair.
And it's such a terrifying prospect when you have this team and they don't have to make any changes and they can just play whatever the meta is, because Flutta is the meta. They have Lip, he can adapt, he can go to whatever. It's such a terrifying team that Shanghai have assembled here. To where they don't really need to make any adjustments at all and can continue to be this dominant against the other top teams in the APAC region. I mean, Fusion, I do have to give them credit. I'm glad that they didn't just, get destroyed here in this series. That would have been very boring. They put up one hell of a fight in those first two maps. This, unfortunately, Volskaya, they just got diffed. I mean, Carpe getting picked at the beginning was just absolutely brutal. You can't afford to have that happen. That just allowed for that snowball effect to really just take off immediately.
I mean, I can tell you right now that one of the biggest differences here, and just looking at stats once more, Flitter had 12 final blows on Volskaya. The total amount of final blows that Fusion had as a whole team was 13. So they, as a whole team, they only got one more final blow than Flitter got by himself. And there's, again, another massive DPS damage difference being shown here as well. 7.8k for Flitter, 4.2 for Carpe. I mean, that's, 3.6 there. Again, he's completely diffed the other Tracer that Fusion have brought onto the table. Lip's got 6.9 here versus 4.4 from EQO. And then I mean, beyond that as well, Alarm and Iziaki have been pretty neck and neck on the Zens the entire way, but from the DPS department, the Flip DPS duo is second to none.
Yeah, just too damn good. And, I mean, you're talking about him, you're throwing the stats out there. Let's go ahead, put him up on the screen here in just a little bit, because Flood is our player of the match. And yeah, I mean, what else?
I think it's Void, actually.
Is it Void? Oh, it's Void.
Yeah,
I heard Flood in my head. Oh, my bad. It's Void. Hey, that's a change of pace. I like this.
Yeah, you got to give the tanks in some other positions some love as well. He had some.
I like auto-assumed and misheard it.
Great eats here, and it's not just the eats, by the way. You pay attention to some of the solo kills here. I mean, look at that. It just gets a solo kill to 20 Ash, turns around, instantly eats a false one, then kills Rascal. You have a lot of plays where his ability to peel for Liv and Flatter and Fade for the entire team is just brilliant. And sometimes when you have a superstar roster like Shanghai Dragons does, where every single position across the board, yes, even Fate for the Doubters is just star-studded. I mean, it's hard to like highlight one player, or it's hard to like, you know, remember everybody, and sometimes you forget like Void, probably one of the best divas, if not the best diva, is still on this team and shows why he's, you know, probably going to be a role star again.
Well, yeah. Just happy to Void. I'm sorry for not calling you out correctly. I just couldn't quite hear it, and I just kind of all assumed like, it's probably Fleta. But it's always good to see, especially an off-tank player, picking up awards as well. And he did have a phenomenal series. Obviously a little bit quieter, but when he was getting those pulse eats initially versus Rascal, that was just, you know, really stand out from him. So great stuff. So again, I'm sorry Shanghai and to Void as well for the little snafu. But thank you for delivering a fantastic series and continuing to just show us excellent Overwatch. Here is Void's stats throughout the series as Diva. 25,000 damage done as Diva is something to shake a stick at.
No, and again, like the entire roster is star-studded. The MVP could at any point in any game go to anybody. Everyone's putting up huge numbers. Everyone's doing the most, and that's the scariest thing about the Shanghai Dragons, because it's not just, you know, a team where, okay, it's clearly about this guy, or it's clearly about that guy, it's clearly about this duo or that combination. No, it's the whole roster, and not just individually on mechanics alone, which, in my opinion, they pretty much diff like most other players at a mechanical level, but as a team as well, their coordination, how quickly they land on the same targets, they communicate what they want to do, timings for certain things as well, the plays macro, it's all right at the top level, and this is why they're a team that can win a tournament, that have gone to a grand final twice, and only 2 teams so far this year have had that level of consistency, and it's Shanghai and Dallas, with Shanghai as the most recent winner.
Yeah, it's very rare to see. Also, hey, we're in our game break now, presented by Pringles. It's very rare to see teams have like the hive mind. You know, that's only happened a few times. Shanghai is an example of that. I'd say Fuel they're kind of bordering on that. It seems like they're getting there where it's just react to everything, you know, without really having to communicate. And the only other team that I can realistically think of is the original Vancouver Titans, where it was just like they knew exactly what everybody's going to do at any given moment. They were able to track people and just call out positions so very cleanly. You can make an argument for Shock, I'm sure, you know, in Season 2 as well. But yeah, it's very rare to see this level of coordination, and the fact that they have it down pat after having, you know, major roster changes happen during the offseason. You know, not having Fearless anymore and bringing in Fate and whatnot, to have it all mesh so well still, it's just incredible to see. So, I mean, big ups to Moon, because he's certainly doing his job and earning his paycheck.
He knows how to custom. He's looking for that Oscar again. He knows how to build these rosters together, and apparently, you know, it turns out getting veteran players, working with the people who you know are good, it's the way to go. I mean, Moon's he's caught some criticism for like specifically only picking people that he's had experience with. But look, if you're winning, you're getting these results, and your team's one of the best, if not the best, hard to complain about that. And Shanghai, once again, prove they are on another level, because outside of Seoul, the only other team that, in my opinion, could actually challenge the Shanghai Dragons, at least on paper, had to be the Philadelphia Fusion. And now that they've been 0-3'd as well, there is nobody here, nobody in APAC that can hold a candle to the Shanghai Dragons, and possibly no one in NA that can hold a candle to the Shanghai Dragons either, except for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah. I mean, it's time to get into our final segment of the evening, which is, of course, our bold predictions. I mean, this time around, for the last time tonight and this weekend, what do you have for me, Adam?
I think that I'm going to go for at least 4 out of 6 players in the starting lineup get gold stars on Shanghai Dragons this year. At least 4 out of 6.
I could, yeah. I mean, I could see us not even stopping there and just giving it to everybody.
I wanted to say that, but that's like so bold that I don't know. That's too hard to even call me. So I'll land somewhere safer. Just say 4 out of 6 minimum.
Okay. For me, maybe this isn't like that hot of a take, but I think that this is going to. I think that this year we're going to see Shanghai Dragons in the grand final of the Overwatch League. And I don't know who it's going to be, against, so I can't say whether or not I think that they'll win it. It's a good chance that it could be somebody, like the Dallas Fuel. Maybe there's a dark horse run from somebody like the Atlanta Reign if they continue to excel. I'm not sure, but I think that Shanghai Dragons are going to be in that grand final, and I think that it's going to be the closest grand final that we've ever had. In the past, especially in the first 3 years.
Based on June Joust, hell yeah.
We were. The first 2 years we were kind of cursed, just kind of getting blowouts for the most part. But I think that this is going to be the year where we have like the most incredible, the most like nail biter grand final best of 7 that we could possibly ever have. And I think that Shanghai is going to be at the epicenter of it, and maybe the ones winning it all.
They have to be. Otherwise, it would be the biggest fall from grace. Right now, the level they're playing at as a defending champion from June Joust, the absolute expectation is to get minimum top 2. I think that's clear from the organization, from the team, from their fans. Minimum top 2 here. And even getting second place probably doesn't feel good for a team at this caliber.
Yeah, definitely not. Well, guys, that's going to do it from us here in the APAC region for the weekend, but there's still going to be another day of NA matches coming up in several hours, so go ahead, take your naps, etc., as I always say, and be prepared to watch those series, because there's been some wild results over there as well.
Shanghai homestand next weekend.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So make sure you tune into that. Tune in for that. But yeah, we'll see you guys then. But otherwise, have a good weekend. Have a good, life, day, etc. Be good to each other. I love you. Mwah.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles. Stay in the game.